Okay, so we are live over here. Hello, welcome. Let me just finish tweeting this. I am not prepared. I thought that I would film, so I filmed. And then I was like, oh, I have free time. Let me repaint my nails. So then I repainted my nails and I did not shower like I wanted to. So I could just be here stress free, but welcome. Feel free to drop in the chat what you'll be reading tonight. Hello, it's the only comment that's popped up on StreamYard for me yet. But my goal is to finish City of Girls during the first couple of sprints. Normally, here on the channel, we do 20-minute sprints. But I was thinking tonight we would do 30-minute sprints. So I guess that can be the first topic of discussion. Would you all like to stay with 20 minutes? Are we okay to upping it to 30? Because I want to get some reading done uh, tonight. And that feels like we should do 30. Okay, now comments are popping in. I don't have glasses on, so this will be real fun to read here. Let's see here. You'll be reading No Exit, Hello, The Wicker King by Kate Ingram, Clockwork Prince, and a romance novella. Okay. 30 is good for you. 30 sounds fine. You're down for 30. You're reading Winter White and Wicked by Shannon Ditmore. Okay. Really enjoying it. Frozen and Ice Star Truckers, Ice Spirit Magic, and a lovable ragtag team. You love that. Does sound good, actually. I hadn't heard of this title before, but that does. Let me take a picture of that because I'm not gonna remember later. So it's gonna be real ghetto out here with the photo. Okay, that's definitely not what I wanted to do. There we go. Let's see here. You're reading Freshwater. That's by the author of Vivek Oji, right? Right. I am loving City Girls. So I know I said this back in March when this was my plan, but Heather over at Aphrodite Reads, if you're not subscribed to Heather, I love them. But in March, I had this lovely little idea that I was going to read some of Heather's favorite books because Heather and I never agree. We are constantly not agreeing with one another. But I was going to read her favorite books in March, and then I just didn't. But I went out and I bought City of Girls because Heather loved it. And it was one of the times where a book she loved sounded like one that I would love. And so far, that does seem to be the case. Freshwater. Tia, just here. Can I read? City? No, not the rapper, sadly. Yes, same writer. Okay. I remember. No, it was not. When I first started doing sprints in I think might have been during Black History Month this year. A lot of people were reading Pet by them. And everyone was like, Monty, you need to read this author. And I was like, you're probably right. And I have read nothing. I do have Vivek Oji on audio. And I just got some headphones. So maybe I'll go on a nice little winter walk and do some reading tomorrow. But okay, that's probably as good as it's going to get before I wash my face later. So I can read now. Thank you. I talked about them in a video that I'm probably not going to post now. So that'll be fun. You're reading when no one is watching. Exciting. Oh, look, it's Tahira. She is alive. What are you reading? There are 21 people. Was not expecting that. When I made my little tweet, I didn't know anybody was doing live sprints tonight. If I had known there were going to be other people doing sprints tonight, we would not we would not be here. But also, let's just, because I know I'm going to keep talking, let's do the first sprint at 10. So that's a good 5 minutes. And then we can sprint from 10 to 40. Okay, I'm happy that you know the name. Because I'm not going to, I haven't listened to any pronunciation, so I'm just going to, but this is pretty much all of my sprints in February were like, yeah, they're great, they're amazing. And now they have a whole bunch of things out, and I'm still like, haven't read anything. You're reading when no one is watching too. You'll love to see it. It still kills me. Okay, no, I'm probably wrong. Exactly. And when I made my little tweet, ain't nobody say anything. So, but it's fine. We're here. We're gonna be here. Mayana said that she doesn't get off work until midnight Eastern time. So we are gonna be here at least until then. So that's probably like, yeah, it was frozen. Hopefully we're back now. My desktop just hates me. So let me know if I am back while I get a Google timer set up. Okay. See, I was trying to be a good friend. And I was watching Cassidy and Jessica. And Cassidy is having internet issues, and so apparently they're contagious. So hate that for me, but it's fine. We have restructured. I know it's in 4 hours, but I talk a lot. And so it's only going to be like 2.5 hours of reading because it's going to be 5 sprints. I think that it'll work. I mean, I know this first break is only 10 minutes, but I think it'll work. Okay, let's get caught back up here. You're going to read Aqua War because of Mel. Pray for you. I will pray. Thoughts and prayers for you. You're reading Ninth House, The Magicians. Are you liking The Magicians? Was not. I take it back. The Magicians I enjoyed. Everything after The Magicians was questionable. Reading Ray Bearer, you're loving it. That seems to be the consensus. Yes, I'm blaming Cassidy. Luckily, like I just had to switch from the desktop to the laptop. But Cassidy had to hop on the neighbor's Wi-Fi. Hopefully I don't got to do all that. There is no why. We could have had a nice night. Because I don't ever, do I? I might occasionally bring it up. But I don't think that I bring it up as often as the chat brings it up. And if the chat didn't bring it up, we wouldn't have to defend nothing. I'm not trying to have this up yet, so we can remove that. You're going to read How You Lose the Time Warp, Permanent Burger, or Try and Write Something. Okay, love that for you, since you have plenty of choices. You got some variety. Let's just zoom out. There we go. Got some variety. I said 10, right? It is 10. So let me pull up the timer. And we'll be back in 30 minutes, guys. Let's get rid of this one. Okay, so that was our first 30-minute sprint. Can we stop? I clicked thank you. Thank you. Remove. Yes, I was hoping that if I unmuted a little earlier, we would be synced when I came back. And the second time I dipped, I meant to just stop the camera because I had a lovely, what is the word? It was like a muscle spasm. It wasn't fun. But we left, and that was not my intention. But I think there was a couple of things. Okay. This is where I left off. You're liking the magician. Oh, I read 70 pages. I'm on page 274 now. I'm going to get caught up with what I missed while I wait for the new comments to roll in. It's very different. The first book is the most similar, and then book 2, it's like, I should have just stopped reading, honestly. You think Ray Bear was fantastic. You're going to try and finish Miss Addie. I wish you luck with that. Hello, Kath. Hello. We did. We're doing 30-minute sprints tonight. I don't know when the next one's going to be. Probably at a clock. Probably at a clock to 30. Let's see here. You did. And it is synced. You'll love to see it. You did get off work just in time. You read 32 pages. You're on Henry's part and Addie LaRue. That man was garbage. Hello, welcome. Congratulations on 10 pages, 15 pages. Do you like The Magician Show? I like it. It gets weird, but I enjoy it. Did I watch that last season? I don't think I finished the last season. After season 4, when they did what they did, I was like, yeah, I'm good. Time for me to check out of here. Time to check out of here. So I enjoyed the show. I thought it was a cute little experience. I recommend the show. I do not really recommend those books. I think those books are not the moment. Apparently Love Grossman is now written a middle grade. Why? I could not tell you. I couldn't tell you why that man wrote a middle grade, but apparently it's out on shelves now. You started on page 80 and now you're on page 94. 24 pages. You read 45 and you love the short pages. You got 19 pages more of Ray Bearer. You finished Freshwater. You're starting Mark Dark Vanessa. Love to see that for you. I haven't read either of those, but love that for you. Okay. I'm glad I'm not the only person who thought boring. The man was boring. Don't like the man. I really tried to watch season 5 after they did what they did because I like Alice. I think that the show it didn't know what to do with Alice very, very much. And to be fair, Love Grossman did not know what he wanted to do with Alice. And so I was like, Alice has to shine now. And yet somehow she still didn't. It was weird. So I don't really appreciate season 5. It was a weird little dalliance. I don't really know what they wound up doing, but I'm happy y'all got a paycheck. You're surprised you actually like AquaWar. You be shook on every page because you hated AquaMath. I haven't met anybody who says they hate AquaMath. I think I'm gonna hate AquaMath because I really don't understand how you're gonna try and turn Rhysand into a love interest. Like, I just don't see it for him. It's not that I see it for Tamlin. I don't see it for either of them. So you read about 20 pages and you're reading your son to sleep and you find that slows by reading down a bit. I mean, that makes sense. You're reading out loud to somebody else. Okay. You can't type. I'm only in chapter 3 now. You're eating dinner while you read and it slowed me way down. That's valid. I'd be reading a little slower when I'm eating. I am reading A City of Girls by Elizabeth Gilbert. This you can't see. There we go. The dust jacket's in the closet. I'll probably put it back on when I'm done But Heather read this. I want to say she read like February or January. She read it at some point, and she really enjoyed it. And she just, I don't know if she described it this way or if I am going to describe it this way, but it is very much like, I won't say very much, but it is reminiscent of like Seven Husband vibes, wherein I think we're in 2010 here, so it's still a little bit the past, but it's like a present storyline. But the book is really set in the past. Here we got 1940s New York and the theater scene. And so it's cute. It's cute. It's a real cute little moment. There is some sapphic representation. The main character in this one isn't sapphic, so it's not like a direct correlation. But here I'm appreciating this white woman writing about all these other white women instead of a white woman trying to write about the struggles of passing. Like, it's giving me what I wanted from Seven Husbands, what other people got, I guess. But it's like those vibes without the racism. I mean, it's set in the 1940s, so racism is a thing. But it ain't all up in here. You know what I mean? So 10 out of 10 would recommend it so far. The goal is to finish it during the stream. You've been reading Crown of Midnight by Sarah J. Maas. That was a cute time. I read that last month. Really enjoyed it. You like Henry? I mean, I don't think he did anything particularly wrong. Like, there wasn't like, oh, he's wrong for that. But he was just, he did nothing for me. That was what I was filming before we got live. So it's not really a discussion. I don't know what I'm going to title that video. It's not a review. It's not a discussion. It's just me talking to my camera. So that'll be fun to edit. But that'll be coming hopefully next week, this coming week, maybe Friday. We'll see. No, I got you. We're good. I don't know if you could do a good job, because in Akatar, the first one, when he was sitting there drugging Feyre every day and she was getting mad at him, he was like, well, you should be happy that I didn't touch you. Like, you were drugged. I could have touched you if I wanted. And I'm like, how do you go from that, I could have touched you if I wanted, to like anything, like literally anything? They had us all thinking that. They conned everybody with that. The romance was so forced. I'd accepted it now, but it was so cringy for me when I first read it. I think that's going to be me. I think it ain't going to... Don't think it was for me. Exactly. Elizabeth Gilbert has veered. You know, she did write Eat, Pray, Love. I've never read Eat, Pray, Love. Didn't watch the movie, but like, so Elizabeth Gilbert has done that thing in the past. But for this one, she said, you know, I've already veered into that lane. I already made money from that lane. I'm not going to go there again. And I just really appreciate that. It went well. I enjoyed it. And he's just boring. He's just in his whole little thing. What I wanted the twist with the Henry chapters to be, I felt was more entertaining. I thought it would have been a better twist than what it turned out to be. And so for that, I had to say no. Overall, it was good. It was good. It was good. I enjoyed my time in that world. I've never read a Sarah J. Maas book, and just hearing about that character makes me want to read it. It's creepy. Like, when people want to be like, oh, I really just don't understand how you redeem that. Like, I was all on board because in the first book, Tamlin is like, he's weird because, again, he does kidnap Feyre. Like, that was 100% kidnapping. That was 100% just, he lied about a lot of shit that he didn't need to lie about. So like, I could understand you wanting to be like, the truth comes out, so we don't support Tamlin anymore. But like,
then you need to introduce like a whole third character for Feyre. Like that's what I would assume. You know what I mean? Like, okay, this guy isn't going to be it. This guy isn't going to be it. Here's a third person. But maybe that's just wishful thinking. I mean, I know it's wishful thinking because that arc in the story is already done with. They've already, you know, selected who they're going to select. But that would be my approach to it. You've read 14 pages. I mean, that's progress. So it don't really matter how long it takes you. You're still making progress. Exactly. I don't think that that's really saving her from, like, if you, here's the thing. I think that drugging somebody is inherently traumatic. And I think that that's kind of, I kind of went into this in my Throne of Glass talking to my camera for half an hour, because I feel like, especially after I read Crescent City, everyone was telling me that like grief and trauma is this connecting tissue in a lot of Sarah J. Maas's works, and a lot of what Sarah J. Maas writes is about exploring grief and trauma. And so I thought that was really poorly done in Crescent City. Like House of Earth and Blood, I think that it did not really exist. I've seen other reviews now. People try to act like it was a thing. I vehemently disagree with those people. But when I got to the Throne of Glass series and I got to Queen of Shadows, I'm not going to spoil anything, but I think something very traumatic happens in Queen of Shadows that we could spend some time with this character. You know, that could be his little arc, you know, like his thing for the rest of the series. And it didn't materialize. And so then I read A Court of Thorns and Roses before I continued with my little Throne of Glass marathon. But even there, I'm just like, where is Sarah dealing with grief and trauma? Like, where are these, where? Because it's not on the page. It's not here. So maybe in Akamath that happens, but drugging somebody and then after you've drugged them being like, I could have touched you, but I didn't. Like, I had restraint. I showed restraint. Like, that's also traumatic. And then to be like, that's weird. I wish Feyre had been more of a scammer and purposefully used Reese to get out of her situation and gain power. Maybe that's what Nesta's going to do. I mean, I doubt it. I don't really think that Sarah J. Maas writes scammers, but that would be nice. Exactly. I'm excited. I'm very nervous. Like, I'm supposed to read that next month, but I am definitely... I also think that after Throne of Glass, like, ACOTAR is just not going to hold up. Because even though the romances in Throne of Glass were not for me, I don't really care about most of those ships. I do think that they were really well done. I disagree with a lot of people. I think that the series is incredibly cohesive from that first book all the way through. I don't really think there was a really big pivot in Heir of Fire or Crown of Midnight. That's like those first two are very different. I disagree with that. And so that series is just so well done. And ACOTAR sets literally nothing up. Like, there's nothing for Sarah to really run with after ACOTAR. So I'm like, you've already shot yourself in the foot. Even in Crescent City, like that first House of Earth and Blood, it sets a few things up in the epilogue. So you're like, ooh, what's that? Like, what are you doing with that character? But she really peaked with Throne of Glass, and I appreciate it, but I'm also very nervous for her. He gives me white feminist male vibes, and yes, he will say how he's better than other men because he won't assault her. It's weird. I didn't understand it. You like her books, but I think her way of dealing with it is just including traumatic things in the story. That's... I hate it here. I'm gonna read City of Girls because that's what my plan is. I probably will finish this on. That's my goal, is to finish this on stream, and then I kind of wanted to start the novelization for the prom. That was kind of my next. I'm trying to pick up things that I think I'm gonna like. I want to get to 102 books again. but I don't want to do them with like things I'm very iffy on. And I'm very much very iffy on A Court of Mist and Fury. And A Court of Mist and Fury is also very long. So now if the books are about female characters scamming dudes, I would pick it up. I think everyone would pick them up. It's your choice. But see, like, even there, like, he said there was, like, her choice in ACOTAR after he, like, sat there and, like, tattooed her and made that deal. But that wasn't really a choice. Like, I understand that, like, the fairy are supposed to be, like, very trickstery people, and, like, Holly Black has leaned into that, and sometimes Sarah leans into that, like, when it fits her little plot line. But I'm also, like, if your character is just stupid and, like, they don't really understand, like, what the deal is, like, you haven't tricked anybody. Like, it didn't work. Like, the same thing I felt with Addie LaRue, like, when Addie was tricked, I was like, this is just stupid. Like, this is just petty. Like, it's not even a trick. I feel like a trick needs to be clever, and when the thing isn't clever, it doesn't work. Not defending her, but I think she's doing what she's doing. No, I think she's doing that's what she's doing, or what her defenders think she's doing. I agree there's not much dealing with grief and trauma in her books. Okay. Because I don't see it. Like, I think that is the grief and trauma there? Yes. Like, are we dealing with it? No. And it's, well, I can only really speak to Throne of Glass, but in Throne of Glass, the character that I really wanted to see have this little arc and come to terms with it was really like the rest of the book just kind of was spent making that person who did all these terrible, horrific things, like, not in the right, but like in the right. It was weird. I didn't understand it. I was thoroughly disgusted, honestly. I did check out a lot of graphic novels. So on New Year's Eve, if I haven't hit it, we are busting out all the comics I bought. I got from the library. But up until New Year's Eve, I'm going to try and get there with some novels, because I started off the year with a lot of graphic novels, and I felt like it's not cheating, because like reading is reading, but like it feels a little. Not that makes any sense. I'm going to read Hamnet in this next sprint. I love that for you. So educated. I've never read Hamnet. It's my favorite. I listened to the soundtrack on repeat earlier because I didn't want to put the movie on again. But yes, and I'm looking forward to the novelization. I think I really just want character development for Alyssa Green. I understand that in the Broadway production, I don't know what ethnicity she was in the Broadway production, but in the Netflix movie, Homegirl was very much a Black person, and I was not very happy that Homegirl got like zero attention. It was weird. So, but we'll talk about that because I'm reading a little novelization. I'm gonna make a little video. So we'll see. We'll see. She picks and chooses when to lean into the fey nature of being mischievous and callous. Exactly. That's how I feel. I've only read Throne of Glass, so maybe I will continue to feel about Naka War and Akamath, but that's kind of where I'm at. Tahira also agrees. You're barely at 150. That is true, but I do not have any of those checked out. So it was really good. His accent, I don't like James Corden all the time. And I'm just like, this is not for you, sir. But Exactly. That's where it is for me. So I'm like, y'all can continue to fight over Rhysand. I won't be there. Lucian was fine. I'll be with him. Hamnet is different than Hamlet. Hamnet is fiction about Shakespeare's son. I knew he had a son named Hamnet. I definitely learned that in my theater class. But it is a clock. So we are going to do our next sprint of the night. Another 30 minutes. So I will see you all in 30 minutes. That's how that works. Okay, so that was 30 minutes. You love to see it. Welcome back. I made it to page 353. And it was on page 274 when we left off. So I read like that much, which fun little time. Got this much left, so I probably won't finish during the next sprint, but maybe the one after that. So love that for me personally. Let's see what I was missing. It is a very ugly name. Very Hamnet is not the moment. Exactly. I don't think it was ever that common, but maybe I'm wrong. Hopefully you're enjoying your dinner, Kath, out there in the universe. Came across someone letting out. Okay. Yeah, it's very popular. You're reading Victorian ghost stories, and why the Victorians seem to talk their mouths are full. I don't know. I've never read a Victorian ghost story, so I could not tell you. 28 pages, almost 20. You're back in Addie's point of view. 35, 20, 25, 112. You don't know how many pages you read, but you're on page 180. I'm also like 112 pages. I mean, it is 30 minutes, and I do feel like I personally read more in the 30-minute sprints than I do during a 20-minute sprint. I only have ever read 112. I think on like Julie's sprint like a couple weeks ago when I was reading You Should See Me in a Crown. I think that's what I was reading then. I read like 100 pages, but that was it. 54 pages. It's getting juicy. The drama of Tamlin, Reese, and Feyre in one room is I don't know. I haven't read. I'm not there. I'm not in Aquawar yet. But I would imagine that the three of them in one room, I'm surprised they all lived. I'm surprised somebody didn't get the head cut off. I am. I think this is always a 4-star read for me. I don't think this is ever a 5-star. I'm still liking it. It's doing this thing now where the premise of the book is our main character, Vivian, is supposed to be writing to this girl named Angela about what she meant to Angela's father. I still have no clue what man in Vivian's life was Angela's father. So if I'm Angela, like if I think about this book from Angela's perspective, I'm like, Miss Vivian, you've given me a lot of superfluous details. But from me, the reader who's not Angela, I'm like, thank you for all these details. I am appreciating the dramatics. Let's see here. Literally a quote from the book. Maybe be yes, maybe nah, lad. Like, are you saying? I don't know. I don't know what they're saying. I don't know what you're talking about the drama. Okay. I'm assuming this is about Tahira and not about me. I am so shook. I literally not choked on the hot chocolate. That's okay. I have things to look forward to. Although speaking of hot chocolate, I tried to make some hot chocolate today, and I tried to make hot chocolate yesterday. And I was already annoyed that veganism took from me my ice cream. I love a good ice cream. But I tried to make some hot chocolate with some oat milk, and where was the hot chocolate? I've had hot chocolate made with water, like tap water, that tasted better. So I'm just out here just crying, like crying. One of your favorite parts of War, you're so shook, you talked about chocolate. Tam woke up and truly chose That sounds like Tamlin. Again, I don't know him outside of ACOTAR, but he woke up and decided he was going to kidnap people. So him choosing violence sounds accurate. It reminds me of when you read Outlander and all the Scottish dialect. I was always confused. I really love people who tried who have read Outlander, because I attempted. And I was quickly like, this is not for me. This is not a book for me. Maybe from the library, but not today. Oh, and you really liked it. I'm happy you liked it. This is a recent development. It might be that I wasn't using it. I tried to follow the little recipe on the little tin. So maybe I need to do more than my little 2 scoops of the little cocoa mix. But I'm just like, this is depressing. And this whole vegan thing is a very recent development. What is today? Today is the 19th. It's 8 days. We've been a vegan for 8 days, but ice cream is hard. I've been making chili a lot. So I tried to get some little dairy-free cheese, little imitation crap. When I say it was the worst choice of my life, I'm like, why is this sweet? Like, I just really played myself. I ruined my whole bowl of chili throwing this little fake cheese on top. I've been through it, but we are going. There we go. Kidnap. Exactly. That's him. Well, that's both of them. Well, yeah. I haven't read him torturing people yet. I will say I didn't see him torturing people, but I would not be surprised. You're gonna read it with my eyes, so I don't have to struggle through the understanding diet. Yeah, that's what's like. I really have this desire to read a Game of Thrones, but the person that they have doing the audio is like, why? It's weird. I don't understand the choice at all, because there's no way you could speed that man up to him, and when he just talks so slow. So won't be for me, but I know we're still talking about Outlander. This is about Outlander, but I wanted to make it about me for a moment. Stick to the show. Outlander is pretty popular. I know, like a couple years back, there was like a little Outlander readathon. It was on a smaller channel, so I don't think it was really, and it was like an older content creator, so BookTube wasn't paying them attention. But yeah, people really like the series, and I love that for them. I wish I could get into it, but I really liked, I think her name is Claire. Claire's husband that she left behind, that really bothered me. Like, I liked him. He seemed fine. I don't understand why we needed this, like, person. And so, and then I don't know how close the show and the books are, but the idea of them coming to colonial America, I don't need that from a white woman. I don't need it from a white woman. So I'm just gonna not read it, but I love it for everyone else. I have seen those, and I love that for other people. But you will not. I don't think they're vegan, so it won't be for me. I mean, I guess you could make it with like I did watch like TikToks of like people making their own. I'm not doing that. I'm not a crafty person, so won't be for me. But I love that for them. Yeah, that's me. I really have no other way to describe it. And like as soon as I opened the packaging, like I tore it open, I was like, this is sugar. Like, and in my brain, I was like, this is going to taste bad, Monty. Like, don't put this on this chili. And I did it. And I was like, yeah, this is disgusting. And I immediately regretted that decision. So it won't be for me. Yeah, but they were talking about Tamlin, and I was talking about Resand with the drugging. Yeah, I really played myself with that. I'm really just gonna stick to my little nutritional yeast. It's my best friend, so I'm just gonna. It's my buddy. It already goes in the chili recipe, so like I don't know what I thought I needed some shredded cheese. I just wanted to do it. Like I really thought that I was gonna do it, and no, that's how I felt. That's what I wanted to do to the people. Maybe a different brand isn't sweet, but it ruined my whole day. Whole afternoon ruined. I mean, I doubt it, but like just watching it wouldn't be difficult. Like you would just use dark chocolate and you would use like a coconut oil instead of like butter when you're melting it down. But even like I make my chili and I leave the kitchen. That's what I do. That's what everyone was saying on the internet. But I tweeted about it. I tweeted about my sad ice cream experience because I got some oat milk ice cream. I was like, this will be a fun little try. And it wasn't disgusting. Like it was fine, but it was flavorless. Like I really paid $4 and got no flavor. So I was like, I shot myself in the foot. And in that thread of me talking about how flavorless this ice cream was, someone gave me like a little cheese sauce recipe. And I was like, that's perfect. I have like a little nacho moment with my little chili, throw some cheese sauce on top. And then I looked at the recipe and it was talking about like soaking cashews and blending down cashews. And I was like, I'm not doing all that. So I played myself. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, to be fair, again, it was fake. It was a fake cheese. It was not real, but it was sweet. And now it's just sitting in my fridge, laughing at me. Nutritional yeast is the best thing ever. It really is. I'm not really a cream cheese person, so I don't think that I will be using it. Although, so I work in like a kitchen setting, and we did something over, it was like a Thanksgiving thing, and we used like some dairy-free cream cheese and this little pasta dish thingy. He thought he was gonna like turn out one way. Dairy-free cream cheese is really just a bunch of oil. So it made this nice little like smoky pasta. So I would use it in that sense, but like I don't think I would actually make a bagel and throw cream cheese on. Usually if I'm making a bagel, it's because I'm putting like a little breakfast sandwich together, which I did buy the little vegan egg thing that's like a bunch of plants. I'm a little nervous to actually use it. I'm a little nervous. I'm intrigued, but I'm also, like I said, I'm nervous. So we might try to do like a fried rice with that. So there's something else going in there. I think it's literally it's like yeast flakes, but they add like vitamins. I think like B12 and like B6 and like it's fortified with like minerals and stuff. I don't know. It's supposed to be like a cheese substitute. I found it when my uncle was on keto because you can't do dairy on keto or whatever. I don't think it tastes cheesy. Like I would not go that far. But if I were to compare the little cheese sauce I made with my coconut milk and the nutritional yeast and a little bit of cornstarch, that tasted more like a cheese sauce than the little cheese shreds. Sweet Potato Soul, Cheap Lazy Vegan, Brown Vegan are all great vegan YouTubers. Okay, I'll have to look into them. Let me take another picture. Where's my phone? I'm not going to remember that. I will sit here and be like, oh, I'll look into them. And then I won't. And also, these people sound like they're eating. I don't like cold food. So, like, I don't mind cold food, but it is the winter time here, and I'm not eating a bunch of cold food. So, and I should probably just stop making chili every couple of days. So far, that has been my meal prep, is I make a big pot of chili, and I eat chili all week. But maybe I could do something different, like maybe. It just takes me forever to open up this camera app. That's a little embarrassing. That was very boomer status. When I hear nutritional yeast, I think a yeast infection. Okay, love that for you. You make it with almond milk. I don't really like. I was really a coconut milk person. That's really where my heart is. I really only bought the oat milk because the coconut was out at my local grocery store. I know you can get like bigger gallons, like gallon size of almond. So I feel like it's a better buy than going and getting those little cartons of coconut or oat. But I don't like almonds that much, and I really don't fuck with soy. So I'm gonna stick with my little, but I also think I'm just making this little hot chocolate incorrectly. I'm just gonna say fuck the recipe on the little tin and just add more and live a better life. I have not. Favorite is okay, interesting. Nutritional yeast gives off far away parm vibes. Maybe, but even that I feel is very generous. Again, like I don't think it's like a cheesy flavor at all. Like even like a far off parm. It's just I actually don't even know if I would say that it adds a lot of flavor for like what it is. But I enjoy what it does bring. So the Silk brand of coffee creamers for coffee are really great. I just throw a little bit of coconut milk in my life and go. I am a better person. There was a moment there where I was at Starbucks a lot. So we're not doing that in 2020. We are brewing our own cold brew. I mean, technically it's still Starbucks brand, but all like 2 weeks is $8 instead of spending like $5 every day. So I'm gonna take it. Halo is disgusting. Halo is disgusting. I have had Halo. Disgusting. I haven't had the dairy-free Halo, but the regular Halo, like if you're regular. Are all of their stuff dairy-free? I know that I've had the Halo, and I was disgusted. And I was like, I like flavor. And the flavor was not delivered. Jenny, I have nothing to say because I haven't done it. I don't know, but like I said earlier, I wish I would have known because I would not have been competing. I would have been in the chat. But literally no one told me they were sprinting when I tweeted, maybe I'm gonna do some sprints. No one was like, I'm actually doing sprints. And so then I tweeted, I'm doing sprints. And then I saw everyone else tweeting, oh, I'm doing sprints. And I was like, oh. But I love them. Hopefully they're getting some reading in. I think we'll do The next one at 55, because I like to give people a heads up, and saying 50 just feels a little messed up. So the next sprint will happen at 55. That is what our fourth sprint? Second? I don't know. You only have had the caramel. Okay. Maybe the I can tell for your fact I did not have the caramel. So I mean, I already know that I'm the blueprint. So now to be fair, I got the idea from the AuthorTube community because they just be sitting on their keyboards and doing their little writer sprints. Love that, man. But I do believe, and no one has corrected me outside of the AuthorTube people. I brought the book to the reading sprints on the channel. So I credit myself every time I see someone else doing it, but I'm happy that others are doing it. In my brain, I want to pick up The Prom because it's the shortest one that I have, but I checked out a bunch of stuff. But I also own This Is My America by Kim Johnson. And I've been looking at that cover a lot lately, and I really like that cover, and I kind of want to read it because I kind of don't hear anybody talking about it, and I don't remember hearing people talk about it. And I'm kind of side-eyeing that, so I kind of want to read that one. So I might pick up The Prom tonight and then read This Is My America tomorrow. Or the day after, because again, this will be book 91 and I want to get to 102. So in theory, I have time to read both of them, but I don't know. I'm going to go with The Prom for right now. Like, that's going to be my answer, but I still feel like I'm a sprint or two away from finishing City of Girls. So I have like a little bit of time. Oh, I'm happy. It just finished My America earlier this week, and it's one of your new favorite YA contemporary books. I've heard it's a good book, kind of intense though. Yeah, I mean, it's about a girl. Isn't her father like in prison, and her brother is accused of a crime that he didn't commit? Am I incorrect there? She's writing letters to somebody, right? Like she's writing letters, I think. Maybe I'm completely wrong, but the premise sounds like it's going to have some really hard-hitting vibes, but the cover is just so good. And I bought it. Like, I bought all of these books. And so I love my library. And my library is very awesome because there's no fines. There's no limit. So they have purchased 2 books that I asked them to purchase with a quickness. So they are an awesome little organization, but I would like to kind of chip away at some of the books I bought. Kind of. Just an idea. You know, we're just going to pretend I didn't say that. You're going to start looking for short mangas to read because you're struggling with this. See, that's why I set my goal at 1 book. This 102 is just, I read 102 last year, and I feel so close. Like, will I die if I don't actually hit 102? No. But I also purposely set the goal low. Like, again, it was 1 book. It'll probably be 1 book for 2021 because I very much enjoy reading as a hobby. Like, there are times where I'm reading a book and I do feel bad that I haven't made a video about it. Like when I was reading like the Sarah J. Maas video like books, I was like, there should be some kind of video about each of these maybe. And like I could have like vlogged the experience. So like sometimes like that creator mindset seeps into the reading. I also don't like, but I don't want like, oh, I need to make a video about all of these things and I'm 29 books behind this goal. So like I choose my struggles, and I would rather struggle through, oh, I should be making a video about this. because that's easy to ignore. Okay. I was right about the synopsis. Also, 1 minute warning, because I definitely forgot. I'm at 90. I've read 90. This will be book 91. 45 out of 50, and you're so close it hurts. If I don't hit my goal, I'm just going to add Wattpad books. Do what you got to do. Exactly. I reach it. I think last year I read a book on, I think I read a bunch of comics. So I hit that goal like immediately, like New Year's Day hit. I mean, I like to see how far I can hit too, but I also think like most people in the world read like 11 books, if that. Like maybe they read 12 books a year. So like I'm pushing myself and I'm exceeding the majority of people. So I still be looking at people in the book community who be reading 300 books because I could push myself all year and I would not hit 300 books. But it is 55, and I said we would spring. So I'm going to bring this back because everyone's trying to push themselves. I would hate to be the cause of someone not hitting the goal. We'll be back in 30. Okay, so that was a sprint. Welcome. Can we get rid of? There we go. Welcome back to everybody. I made it to page 425. We finally met Angela's daddy. We know who the mystery man is. For a moment, I thought things were going to go one way. They did not go that way. I would say we met him. Let's say. That's okay. We met him here. So for all of this, we don't know who the man is. All of this part of the book. We know who the daddy is for this much of it. If I'm Angela, I would be upset. It would make me very pressed, but I'm not Angela. So I'm enjoying the time. I literally used to be able to read 200 I would not want to read 200 books in a year. Wouldn't. Oh, that's too much reading for me, but I love that for you. You're at 55, closer to 45 without the plays. You put 5 more than you read last year. That makes sense. I just like to be consistent with it. 18 pages, you read 27. You got through 3 one-shot mangas. 50. I can read 50 pages. You read 14 pages of Lobizona. Harmore and Paransi. 30 pages. Things are getting good. Love to see it. 25 pages. You read about 30. I do recommend it. Here's the thing with pretty tiny pretty things. It's a very messy show. I also want to say that after having watched Tiny Pretty Things, I can kind of see why Netflix was not promoting it with their like strong black lead stuff. Because it is definitely more of an ensemble show, and there's only one black character. It's not it's not a lead. It is, so I kind of see it. So because we can address that. Again, it's very messy. Especially, it does kind of follow that like I don't know if I would say hypersexualized teen drama vibes. But it definitely there was a lot more exposed body parts than I was expecting, even from Netflix. Like, did not see any of that coming. Again, it was a lot of creepy behavior. But I do recommend it. I do want to watch it. I want to watch the season all the way through one more time before I make a video about it. But I do want to make a video about it because I think it's tangentially related enough to books for me to talk about. And I did think about reading the book before I talked about it, but the people I was watching it with told me that they are completely separate entities and hardly anything is the same, and vibes were different. So if they're that different, I'm just going to talk about the TV show. 23 pages of The Silvered Serpents. You're at 64%. Not 3 chapters of them locked in a room. Were these long chapters? Because sometimes Sarah would be writing I'm like, Sarah, was that really a chapter? Like, did we really need to go on this 1-page detour? But I'm happy that you were making some progress. You read 2 chapters. You have 1 episode left, and you're look, the finale, wild. Yes, I think in the book her name is Gigi. And in the show, her name is Nevaeh. And that was I think the first thing I said in the little teleparty chat was I hate her name. I do think I would probably find a black girl named Nevaeh maybe before I found a black girl named Gigi. but also like you could definitely see that, which is kind of nice if they did change Gigi's story to fit a Black actress. But the Black actresses, her backstory was a little cliche and a little, I don't know if I liked it. Also, Miss Nevaeh was, I don't want to spoil anything, but she was holding grudges against people that didn't really make sense for me to. We'll get into it in the video, but she was holding some grudges, and I was like, "Ma'am, you are angry at the wrong people. Angry at the wrong people." I don't know if it makes sense, but Tiny Pretty Things is more HBO type of graphic than Netflix. Yes, it really was. Like, I don't watch too many Netflix original series. Like, I'm not gonna try and pretend that I do, but it was constant. No, okay, not constant, but it was repeated in a way that I feel like is different for Netflix. It was a lot. It wasn't a lot. Like, it wasn't outlandish. Like, but it was uncomfortable at times because these are supposed to be like high school people, and a lot of the people in these other scenes with them were not in high school. And I'm like, this is cute, from time to time, but we'll get into it in the video, but it was a lot. It was, be prepared for when we were watching it together. Everyone was like, so how many booty cheeks we seeing this week? Like, how many we think are going to pop up in this episode? And I think we were only wrong like one time. Like, one time we guessed too many. But it was a cute little time. Again, I recommend it if you have some free time. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. I do think that the actor who plays Nabil carries the show, and even the actress who played June, Nevaeh, she's a very weak actress. That, I don't know where they found her. She's not horrible, but I feel like a lot of times whoever was directing her was not helping, like, because they were very, very poor line deliveries kept in, and they kind of felt like a white person was off on the side saying, can we get like more ethnic, please? And it was very weird. So like Nabil, though, he was consistent. He was by far the most consistent actor. Shane was fine too, but I feel like Nabil had some really like heavy emotional moments he had to sell us. And I was very excited. I liked him. He's also like the only decent character in the show. He's the only person not getting it on with an adult. He's the only person who isn't, got something shady going on. People just hate him because of Islamophobia. That was his big struggle. People hated him for Islamophobia, and I was like, sir, you deserve so much better. So I really liked him. Also, his mouth was doing some weird things sometimes, but I'm gonna blame that on the accent they had him doing, his little French accent. That was a weird moment. And every time he was like, I'm just gonna go back to France, I was like, are you sure, sir? Like, are you sure? Like, I know like America's Islamophobic, but like France, like they're just, maybe we don't do that. I don't know. I was scared for him. Every time he said he was going to go back, I was very scared. I am very excited. I'm very excited. It got all of my favorite people. I say that, but like most of the cast I've never seen before. But Thomas Doherty, he on there. He got cheekbones. The little Dan boy, the little Dan lookalike that they plucked from The Perfectionist after it got canceled. You love to see it. There's more melanin up on the steps of the Met. Excited for it. I know a lot of people don't like reboots and revisiting, but I do like this situation where we're just going to fast forward in time. It's a similar setup. It's a very familiar setup. But it's not like we're actually recasting these roles. Like, I don't think there is really a limit to the amount of stories you can tell in an elite boarding, well, not boarding school, but like elite private schools where someone is out here spilling the tea on everybody and these teenagers are reacting. Like, that's great. Like, that's an A+ premise. And I think that it's great to bring it back. I know people are probably going to be mad because it's on HBO Max. They don't want to pay for HBO Max, but just get on board the train. Get on the train. because we were winning over here. The show wasn't what I was expecting, but I also did not like exactly. Like at first, I was like, I don't know if I'm here for it, but I very quickly knew that I was here for it. You've watched a decent amount of Netflix teen dramas, and most of them normally, yeah. I didn't think they did. It was very surprising to me. Like when Nevaeh was at the little pool party, her first day meeting these people, titties all out, I was like, ma'am, you are a brave individual. That for you. Wouldn't be me, but I love that's her ministry. Yes, it's HBO Max, not HBO Max, an HBO Max original. So I guess internationally it might be available somewhere else. I don't know, but it's coming. I'm excited for it. Living. I don't think that they're gonna, again, like the premise and the setup here are so easy. Like the St. Jude's and the Constance out, like those are very timeless. And then HBO, like their fashion game for their actual like shows, like they don't usually miss. So like I don't think I'm gonna miss. Like it would be so hard to fuck up. And you got Kristen Bell coming back to voice the Gossip Girl character. It's so hard to fuck it up. Like you would have to try to fuck it up, which isn't saying a lot because I do think there were a lot of books that comped themselves to Gossip Girl or Pretty Little Liars, and they fucked up. Like they definitely face planted. But in terms of like television or movies, it's such an easy concept. Like it's too easy to execute. Like too easy. Exactly. His only issue was that people kept interrupting his prayers. He was trying to pray in his room. Caleb wanted to be Islamophobic. He was praying on the rooftop. People want to interrupt him there. The one time he didn't get interrupted, it was a nightmare sequence. That was his true struggle, finding a nice quiet place so he could get his little religion on. There were a couple, like Nabil didn't. I don't think Nevaeh did. And Oren. That was it. I mean, technically, like June, it was not her decision, but like everyone else. Everyone else. That was I mean, like he was like a French citizen, so like I understood like what he meant, like I'm just gonna leave all y'all in your mess. But I was also like, sir, like maybe let's revisit this idea. How does people don't know? Yes, it is coming. It's coming. Thomas Doherty is such a daddy. How can I get casted? I'll be You know what? I'm sending you the good luck. Sending that to you. You're excited for Gossip Girl, but a little worried it'll get Euphoria hyper realism treatment instead of standard stupid mess. I don't think they are. It's the same people who did the original. They're coming back. I'm sure they have other projects, but The Runaways was done, and The Runaways was also standard stupid messiness. I think that, but it was always like standard stupid messiness with superpowers. So like I trust these people. So I'm excited for it. I don't think they're gonna give us Euphoria realness, although there might be some. I don't watch Euphoria. I'm just gonna be very honest. It doesn't look interesting to me. I don't care about it. I'm happy everyone over there is gonna get a paycheck, but this is the part where I'm about to get canceled. Like I like Zendaya. Do I like Zendaya enough to watch Euphoria? No. I haven't seen her performance, but like award-winning? I don't know. So take that as you will. You read 58 pages. You love to see it. Euphoria should not be the basic dramas. That seems to be pretty common. The show was better than the movie, so is it bad if you skip the short story in this Victorian short story book? This dude's point of view is boring. I don't read short stories, so I don't really know. I typically don't skip things in books. Like, I didn't skip Manon's chapters and she was boring me to death, but like they were also part of a larger story. So like if they're not connected, then I don't know. I didn't realize that they had character Instagrams. That's cute. I mean, I'm not going to be following those character Instagrams. I follow the main pages. I follow them on Twitter. I follow the Gossip Girl Instagram. It's the same content on both platforms, but it just makes sure that I actually see it, I guess. But I probably would not follow character Instagrams. But that's a cute little marketing thing. Love that for them. I just, again, like, I don't watch Euphoria, so like maybe Zendaya, Euphoria is like, unless you're talking about the cast, like the show is better. That movie is garbage. I think that people who really like Cassandra Clare, like you do, who are like ride or die Cassandra Clare, really enjoy that awful movie for some reason. But I think that the show does what an adaptation is supposed to do, and it makes changes in service of the plot and the characters. Everything that they changed was in service of the plot of the characters. The thing that people complain about in the first season are like, I guess, like the whole Lydia situation, which, okay, congratulations, you introduced this whole character that didn't really do anything in a plotline that didn't exist. And they complain about the runes, which were a little sketchy looking. I personally like the aesthetic of those first season runes because it very clearly looked like they had at some point disappeared, which is what the runes do in the books. And like the light up seraph blades, but like the seraph blades actually light up. Not like you do. They change things for the betterment of the plot. You will not find a person who loves the Mortal Instruments more than me. Y'all be out here hyping up the Dark Artifices. So why you care about an adaptation of the Mortal Instruments when everybody be wanting to shit all over the Mortal Instruments? Beyond me. But all the changes they made to the characters from the Mortal Instruments were better changes. Now, could you have those changes and like continue on the series and do like a Dark Artifices adaptation? Clearly not. But like, would I want that? No. Like, if I wanted that, the books already exist. I think that the changes that they made serve the plot and the characters, particularly in that last season, where the changes that they made specifically for Clary's storyline are a more satisfying situation. Now, if you've only watched the show and you watch that storyline, you're like, oh, Clary got fucked over. But for me, having read City of Heavenly Fire, and she did not get to actually be the hero, she was not the actual saving the day person, that storyline, instead of it being Simon's storyline, being Clary's storyline, made sense. It was more fulfilling to me. Simon not going off to the Shadowhunter Academy was fine with me. I don't care. Like, it doesn't impact my life. The only change I didn't like was that his little sire chick who was like out here running around killing people. That was boring and stupid. It didn't really add anything for me, but I could clearly see them trying to make it a character moment. The show was good. It was so much better than that god-awful movie where there's a whole like 20-minute sequence of them running around in the dark and it's lit by fucking flashlights. Like, you can't even see what's happening. You can't see. And the thing is, if the movie had been good and the movie had actually given them what they wanted from it, you would have got a City of Ashes movie because they were clearly invested in the property. It's not like they made that movie. It's not like they made the movie and the movie bombed and they sold the rights to somebody else. They were like, okay, well, we tried this movie thing and it didn't work out the way that we wanted it to work out. So let's do it again. If the movie had been successful, y'all would have continued on in that little franchise. And it wasn't. It wasn't. And sure, the Shadowhunters got canceled. Okay, congratulations, it got canceled. But it was still successful enough. It did the thing. Let me catch up, and I'm going to go back to that. Cassandra Clare is a horrible person. And so when she doesn't like something, I'm usually of it. Like, that's just how it is. She's a horrible person. So her opinion on the show doesn't matter to me because the show was right and she was wrong. I didn't know if I wanted to. Oh, okay. I've heard of Scam. I've never watched it because all of the adaptations. I'm pretty sure all of the adaptations that I've heard about have been foreign language. And sometimes I can do subtitles. But usually if I'm watching a show, I'm also doing something else. And so subtitles are not useful to me. I watched the movie and The Boy Was Weird. This game is amazing. It has, yeah, people really love it. I've just never gotten into it. Euphoria is very grown up and a long way from Disney. I do know just from like the promotional materials, but I'm just like, maybe she's out here delivering something for HBO that I've never seen, but nothing I've seen in the promotional materials is like, I need to tune into Euphoria. You're in the middle here. I think the first season of the show wasn't that great, but season 2 and season 3 were good. Yeah, like they clearly were like, okay, let's do things. And a lot of the changes they made, I'm sure, were budgetary reasons in the second and third season. I'm sure just having those runes stay on, be these little permanent black tattoos, was far easier than that little whatever they were doing. It was I'm sure it was easier, but like there are going to be changes. You're a TMI stan as well because I'm a New Yorker. It's so nostalgic for me. I don't understand people dragging the first series. I mean, I think the first series not only started everything, but that's it's literally where Cassandra Clare is stuck. Like, she hasn't progressed out of that. The Dark Artifices was just a rehashing of every plot point that we already had in the Mortal Instruments. So it's like, it started everything and it's continued to be the blueprint. And at some point, I talk a lot about how other authors don't, and I do defend Cassandra Clare in this. I think there are other authors who have written just as many books or even more books than Cassandra Clare in their same world who don't get dragged the way that Cassandra does writing in the same world. But I do think that other authors kind of like move past some of the same themes and elements. And Cassandra's hasn't. So if she would do that, I would appreciate it. The show had some interesting dynamics we got to see, like Izzy and Clary's friendship. The overall cast of the TV show is better than the movie. I really appreciated that Izzy and Clary didn't have this weird little girl hate situation going on that they did in those books. They were just friends. You love to see it. They were supporting each other. They were going to be pair. I think Izzy and Clary being parabatai is far more powerful than Simon and Izzy. I mean, who was it? Simon and Clary are parabatai in the books. I read The Dark Artifices. I got to that part. That's like, it's cute. Like, it's cute. But Izzy and Clary, iconic. Also iconic. Scam Austin is an English and the original Norwegian actor. The original Norwegian creator is behind it. Okay. I mean, I'm probably not going to rush out and watch Scam Austin, but I'm happy that they got their, not only am I happy that there are all the spinoffs and everything, but I'm happy that Mr. Original is still involved in some way in some of them and getting, all these spinoffs. I'm happy he's still getting a paycheck. Okay, it's not good. If the series was good, I wouldn't drag it. It's literally the worst one. Literally the worst one. And the thing is, it had so much potential because I like Lady Midnight. Like Lady Midnight, I think I dragged it a little bit in that review and my Goodreads. But it really was the pinnacle. Like, it had so much promise, and then Cassandra Clare said, never mind. I loved Raphael and Izzy. I don't know, the show didn't flow for me. It gave me the visual aesthetics of the Shadowhunters world, but when I sat and watched the episode, it felt off. I mean, that's fair. Like, I don't think you have to like the show, but I do think that the show is better than the movie. I just don't understand I really sat here. Well, not here. I was back in California. I really sat and tried to watch a Shadowhunter movie because everybody on Twitter says that it's so good. And I'm just like, and even at the time that it came out, I remember watching a movie review, was like, it was cute. Like, even the movie reviewer didn't like say it was god awful. But I was watching and I was going, yeah, this is awful. Like, this is just awful. But I also think that there are some little properties that just don't need to be adapted. Like, do I need a Shadowhunter show? Like, not really. I'm good. Like, I'm happy that it existed. I will probably rewatch this series in a couple of years, and I want to be back here with these characters. But like, I also don't really need a Percy Jackson show. And I know I'm gonna get canceled for this too. I think Percy Jackson needs to just not happen. It's gonna happen. Disney is gonna do it. I have the Disney Plus subscription, so I will watch it in 2022. But I think that's another thing I'm just gonna watch. And like, I don't need this. If you haven't seen it, you should watch the original. In my opinion, the original Scam and Scam Spain are the best ones. I'm super late, but hello, welcome, Monet. We'll do the next sprint at 0:00. The next sprint is going to be at 0:00, so in 8 minutes. What are you reading, Monet? Share with us. Agreed. Remember how Valentine looked in the movie? No thanks. Look, I don't think you can really make Valentine attractive, and that's fine for me because the man's a literal Nazi stand-in. So, literal Nazi stand-in. What was the reason for that? Little rat tail. See, I'm just not remember what the man, because I don't think he looked good in the show either. Now I'm going to be like, ooh, yeah. Literal Nazi stand-in. So you won't catch me simping for the man. Probably a good thing he was ugly. I guess I'll give Leigh Bardugo that. Her villain was not a stand-in for a Nazi. I just finished Royal Assassin. What did you rate it? What's the rating? And you're going to read Warcross for fun. Okay. You're cackling. You're looking more excited for the Red Pyramid movies than the Percy Jackson show. I've never read the Kane Chronicles, so I'm really not interested in those at all. I am interested to see. I probably, again, like, I have all of these little streaming services, so I will probably watch it. But I'm not really interested in maybe a Magnus Chase show, just because I really like Magnus Chase. And he was queer from like jump, unlike Nico, where I had to. My childhood, I knew the man was gay, but we didn't get confirmation until like Heroes of Olympus. So don't need it. It didn't make sense to be shirtless. He was ugly in both. Welcome, Alexis. Happy you can make it. Yeah, but at least in the show, he was ugly in a way that made sense. That's fair. Red Pyramid was good. Are you going to watch? I am going to watch Shadow and Bone. Mayana and I are supposed to be buddy reading Shadow and Bone in January. So we should finish the series in time for an April release. Well, I don't know if we're reading the whole series together. At least the first book. But I'm excited for the little show. I'm going to watch it. 5 stars. The plot was elite. The villain won masterfully so. Truly heartbreaking. Did the villain win? Isn't that like a really long series? So did the villain win, or did they win for now? You recommend the best book for someone who doesn't like fantasy? I would say I'm honestly not the person to go to for a fantasy recommendation. Throne of Glass. I think Throne of Glass was great because it's grounded. I'm going to cough 1 second. Now we're going to be desynced for a moment, but I think it has a strong enough plot and it's not like crazy super fantasy that I think it works. I think that they shouldn't adapt Avatar: The Last Airbender. They're clearly going to fail since the original creators left after creator. Here's the thing. I think Avatar is a really cute little show. I don't need a live action. I don't need live action adaptations of pretty much anything. Like, I will be just fine without. Oh my God, I'm going to cough again. Without any of them. But like Netflix in particular, their live action remakes just haven't hit anything, but I just don't care. Like, I truly just don't care. I don't think any of his books need to be made into anything. Agreed. I've read Shadow and Bone. It was cute. Like, it was like when I read Throne of Glass. Like, it was cute. But I just want to read it from Mal. Because I think I'm going to be a Mal stan. Because all the people I see slandering Mal, I don't ever agree with them on anything. So that's what I'm really going into this for. But before that, my plan was to just watch it. I am not good. I say I'm not. This is why I didn't do the anti-TBR tag. Because I just be lying to people. But my plan isn't at this point to continue on into like the Six of Crows duology. I really don't care about those people. So part of the show I'm not going to understand, and that's fine with me. Makes sense. I feel like Avatar will get the Wings treatment. Apparently Netflix wants to make it dark or age up the characters and add sex. I don't really care what they do to Avatar, so it doesn't matter to me, truly, honestly. Wings Club, it just looks sad. I also love Riverdale, unironically, so mad about Wings. Yep, Avatar creates with the show. They're like, nah, no thanks. I think Shadow and Bone will be better than the original trilogy. I think different trilogies in this world, the villain won for now, but they won in book 1 and book 2. So they're 2 for 3. Okay, that is a pretty solid track record. Mal was garbage. See, people be saying that, and then I'd be reading the book. Like, people say Kaol, garbage, and then I read the book, and I'm like, where? No, I do. Like, here's how bad I be lying to the people. I sat there and filmed an anti-TBR video. And in the anti-TBR tag that I filmed, I was like, I can't upload this. I'm going to be lying to y'all. So I didn't think I was going to be Mousehan for the show, but then I heard the actor's accent and I said, wait a minute. Wow. I only want to read Six of Crows. That's a pretty popular opinion. I've never read Shadow and Bone, but I want to watch a show. Do y'all think I should read it? Join the buddy read. Struggling to get through the second book of Throne of Glass. Oh, if you're struggling, you might as well just quit now. Because like, I think the books get progressively better, but if you're already struggling, just hop off. Like, I don't know if it's worth the trip if you already don't like it. You're excited. The Mal actor is cute, but not the character. You also have you have read Six of Crows and you loved it. I'm not a Mal anti or anything. I just pretty mad everyone in that series. That makes sense. Like, people, I feel like Mal and Kaol get compared to each other a lot. And I'm like, if y'all were hating Mal because he was like Kaol, I'm not going to see it. Like, I'm just not. Like, not at all. Not at all. Not at all. So, I think the show will be quite different. I mean, clearly it's going to be if they're merging in some fashion both of those series. The Darkling's the only decent character. He was 400 years old, and he was like a creeper. So I will never be a Darkling stan, but love that for everyone else. She said it's like fanfic for the books, and that made me nervous. Look, I think that's almost what an adaptation should be, because we only have like 5 seconds, so we'll come back to this. We're gonna have a nice discussion about adaptations, but first we're gonna. Oh, let me not start the timer before it's on the screen. So I'm going to start this and we'll come back and have a discussion about adaptations. Okay, that was a sprint. How did everyone do? I finished City of Girls. And then I did start reading the Prom novelization, where I got confirmation that Alyssa Green is supposed to be a Black woman. So, looking forward to that discussion happening in the video coming to a channel near you very soon. But I don't want to start talking about my thoughts on adaptations quite yet, but we are going to go back to this. My rating for City of Girls is definitely, it's a 4-star. It's a very high 4-star. Like, I recommend it to everybody. I think everyone should read it. It gave me very much, I will say that Miss Vivian was very dramatic. Angela wrote her a letter like, how did you know my dad? And Sis responded with 400 pages, and like 50 were about her daddy. So Miss Vivian is very dramatic, but I enjoyed it. I recommend it to people. I love to see it. 26 pages of Warcross, right? By Marie Lu. 32 pages. You got another 3% Red. 33. 60 pages, but you're reading the Harry Potter illustrated editions. Okay. You liked the Prom novelization. I'm liking it so far. I haven't seen like the stage production, so like, and this was inspired by the stage production, not on the movie adaptation. So I don't really know what the movie changed. So I'm enjoying this so far. 20 pages, 48 pages, and you're enjoying Ray Bearer. Okay, that seems to be all of the usual commentary. So I feel like I can go back. No, okay, not this. I mean, maybe, but I don't believe it either. But this high quality fanfic notion and what people expect from an adaptation. Like I was saying, I don't really need a live action Avatar. I don't really need a Percy Jackson. But I feel like if you're going to update it, like if you're going to adapt it, then I do think you need to change something. Like you need to do something. Any books like Anna K, you loved Anna K, then I would recommend They Wish They Were Us by Jessica Goodman. It's also like similar vibes. What else was I gonna say? Love Boat Taipei has somewhat similar vibes. Parachutes. I think Parachutes is probably even Parachutes is a little bit different. But Parachutes maybe. Maybe. I mean, like. I don't know if I was. Those would be my first instinct. So They Wish They Were Us, Parachutes, Love Boat Taipei would be my 3 top recommendations. You have 100 pages left to Miss Addie, and you're enjoying it. You bought Alana. Oh, I love that. It was a cute little story. I hope Alana likes it. Back to my thoughts on adaptation. I feel like if you're not changing something in the adaptation, then like why am I watching it? Like if I wanted the same story rehashed, I would just pick up the book. So I think it should be faithful and it should have the essence of what made the source material so beloved. But if you take liberties, I don't mind. So if there are liberties taken with the Shadow and Bone show, which they're clearly going to have to be, because again, it's a Shadow and Bone adaptation, but also a Six of Crows duology adaptation. So like clearly something is happening here for liberties to be taken. Because my understanding is that there are some, like they're obviously set in the same world, but they aren't connected. Like I don't think anybody was thinking they were going to make an adaptation where they were like, y'all are sharing 10 episodes. So I'm interested to see how the fan fiction is going to work for that. And again, I will be watching it, so it's not like I won't be doing that you have the Illuminate version of, I'm assuming, Miss Addie. But I hope that you enjoy it more than I did. I did not particularly enjoy Addie LaRue. But y'all know that because I'm assuming, maybe I shouldn't assume, but I do have a reading vlog of me reading Miss Addie up on the channel. So if you wanted to know my personal thoughts, they are all there. In 2020, I don't think I'm going to do like a 2021 goals video because that would require me to have goals. But I do think I'm going to attempt. Key word here is attempt to bring back the reading vlog in 2021 and maybe actually do those. I think I understand my work schedule a lot better now. So my work schedule should not be as crazy as it was. So maybe that'll happen. Also, some things don't translate well from words to visual medium. There's much less an episode. Yeah, books are definitely much less episodic. But the first comment was, each episode has to be strong enough on its own with a good story arc, and plot would also fit exactly. I like New internal monologue and the hard. Yeah, like they're not ever going to translate on screen. Some anticipated 2021 releases. I'm very excited for Tokyo Ever After. By let me pull up Goodreads. That one came to mind immediately. And maybe Eris Apparently by Diana Mott also has very similar Anna K vibes, but I think I'm only thinking of Eris Apparently because I just said Tokyo Ever After. Do I not have? I do have a 2021 release shelf. So Tokyo Ever After. Did I not add it to this shelf? This is very sad. Okay. So Tokyo Ever After, I don't have the author of that one, but that cover is really great. I think it's supposed to be like a sort of like a Princess Diaries situation. Then The Sky Blues by Robbie Couch. Very much looking forward to that. Christine's second book, Better Together, which I'm so happy they renamed this thing. When they had this titled Preferably Paired, that was a horrible decision. I don't think it's going to be a good book, but I'm very much looking forward to it. Yoke, obviously, by Mary H.K. Choi. This arc is formatted horribly. So I don't think I'm actually going to read this arc. I'm probably going to wait and finish it. I don't know. Because I did start it, and I did like it. But it's because there'll be pages where it's like I'm in the middle of a page, and then I swipe, and there's nothing there. So maybe not that. XOXO by Axio. Looking forward to that one. An Emotion of Great Delight by Taharu Mafi really intrigues me. I'm not... Yes, Amiko Jean. That's who wrote Tokyo Ever After. That's who that is. I've never read a Taharu Mafi book because you won't catch me reading Shatter Me. But her, and even the other one that she wrote, was a Great Expansive Sea. Is that one? People gave that some mixed reviews. But Emotion of a Great Delight, it looks interesting. My eyes are on it. So that one. And then Like a Love Song by Gabriella Martins. I just know it has a pretty cover. I think it's a pop star book as well. So I'm there for that. But I do have a shelf on. So I may or may not have that arc, The Chosen and the Beautiful. I may or may not be in possession of that on the Kindle. And I may or may not attempt to do that for a reading vlog with another Great Gatsby related arc that I have on the Kindle. I've been working on screenwriting, so it's really made me appreciate. Yeah, it really is. Like I just need the essence because it's never going to be what the book gave me. So just give me the essence. Because you can watch adaptations where you can see that they just took the book and put it on screen, and they're boring. Like, they're very flat, they're very uninspired. So I had this from the library. I'm pretty sure I returned it because I couldn't renew it and I wasn't immediately reading it. So I don't have thoughts currently. But I don't know, like, watching people read Legendborn, it would be like they started it, they were really into it, and then they would get to the middle and they would just be like destroying the book. They're like, I am so bored. Like, where's the interesting? And then they would finish the book and it would be like 5 stars, best book I've ever read. And I'm like, I don't know if I can go through that. Like, again, like I said, I had it checked out from the library. But I don't know if it definitely will be happening in 2020, but maybe 2021. I hope that you like it. It was a cute time. I enjoyed it. You think a book automatically becomes ensemble rather than main character driven? I think a little, but I'm also just bored by, like, I can't name a single show that I watch where it's like a single lead. I think that single lead shows are very boring, particularly in television where you do have 10 episodes at the, like on Netflix, you have like 10 episodes, or like maybe 8 if you're a little bit less, sometimes 6, you know, like 6 is like edging into miniseries territory for me. But like you have like 8 to 10, maybe 13, be a little edgy. Sometimes you get up to 16. But Netflix is pretty strict on that 10. So like you have these 10 hours to fill. Like, it makes sense to explore this character who isn't your like main character. It's just boring. So, and why wouldn't you do it? Like, you have the opportunity. So I think that they do, and I think that they work for that. Like, that they work for that. I'm assuming this is about The Chosen and the Beautiful. 84. You're tired of an emotion of great delight. I didn't even read the description. I knew that A Great Expansive Sea was post 9/11. I didn't realize. I mean, I don't have any of that. You know, it's not as close to me as it is for the Muslim community. So I don't really know how many books you have to write to like process that trauma. But I didn't realize. We love to see it. You're so excited for The Chosen and the Beautiful. Honestly, most of the time, TV show adaptations that switch stuff around in a better look at The Vampire Diaries and Gossip Girl. I never read the Vampire Diaries books. I have read L.J. Smith's works. I read, I think, like a collection of her werewolf stories and a collection, like the Night World werewolf stories, and a collection of the Night World witches. And like, they were cute when I was a teenager. I think my issue with the idea that the books were better than the show is that the show did give us Black Bonnie. And Bonnie, I understand, like, from my understanding in the books, was a pretty prominent character. And they alleged that Bonnie was a prominent character on the show. But when Bonnie became Black, her storylines are not the same as the source material. And they would be doing stuff on the show and justifying it with the source material. But Bonnie, I no respect for Miss Cat Graham. So I don't, again, I haven't read them. I had to stop watching the Vampire Diaries, honestly. Once they gave us like the original vampires and they showed up on the scene, I was over it. And then when the original vampires got their own little show and they were slave owners, I was really over it. And then when they had the former slave fucking his white auntie, I was like, y'all are done. I can't, like, I can't with this world. Legacies, it do be trying to get me. Legacies be trying to snatch me in there, but then I remember, and I'm like, no, you're not getting me. I've learned. The Vampire Diaries is elite compared to the books. I think the TV shows give more of a B plot for that to happen. Exactly. Like, sure, like there are always going to be like a main cast of characters. Like, there are characters who are very clearly the driving force on the show, but I appreciate a good B narrative, and I do think that in 2020 it was a terrible year for publishing. Stuff was getting pushed around, moved around, all that stuff. But I do think a lot of the people who had a book come out this year did give us more B-level, C-level plots. The Vampire Diaries books are so bad you cannot even imagine. I really can't. Literally terrible. Maybe I'll have to go watch these because I wasn't really too interested. But if they're this hilarious, I ain't got nothing but time. Everything the show does wrong in the book's like 100 times worse. I don't know if I believe that. See, this is why I be reading books that are bad, and then people want to be like, I hate everything. But the problem is, I'm just like, it can't be that bad. Like, y'all just be destroying stuff, and I have to be like, come on now. Because y'all told me, well, not these people specifically, but the internet told me Crave and Crush. Well, they told me Crave was okay. They told me Crush was like written by Satan himself, and that was a lie if I ever heard one. Please, you're obsessed with Legacies. Legacies is that fun of Miss Harnan. Legacies, that girl, ignore her. But I can't, like, that's my problem. That's my problem, is that she is the daughter of a slave owner. And not only is she a daughter of a slave owner, but her mother didn't even act like Marcel was even in the family. Like, he didn't even, like, her mom didn't even act like Marcel is that little girl's brother. Like, that's where it's got me too fucked up. Like, I look at it and I'm like, y'all got everything I want. It looks like you got some supernatural, well, obviously the supernatural stuff, like Homegirl's like a witch, werewolf, vampire thing in a little magical school. Although Alaric is also there. And I don't understand why Alaric is alive. Like, is he dead? Is he alive? I don't know what that man is doing, but he is there. So, like, every time I look at it, I'm like, there are elements here, but I also know I'm not going to play by myself. I let the CW play me with Riverdale, and that's the only time. That's the only show I let the CW play me with. I tune in every week. I know I'm going to get played, but it's fine because I expect it. I expect it. And I just let everyone else enjoy Julie Plec and her just destruction of anything good. Anything good. I let them do that. So the CW gets me for Riverdale. They get me for Nancy Drew. Nancy Drew was a good little time. But if Julie Plec has touched it, I really don't want it. More for y'all. The first season of Legacies is cute. The second one has Vampire Diaries type mess. I'm sure it does. Y'all can't trust Julie. I don't know if she's actually involved. I don't keep up with it. But like, if she's touched it, you can't trust it. Clown behavior. Has a fun plot. They ruined Bonnie in the Vampire Diaries, and we have a Latina witch in the originals, and they did so wrong. I'm sure they did. Julie Plec has not met a person of color that she appreciates. And truly, the CW has not met a black character. Maybe Iris West, but Candace Patton, like, maybe, like, she is the reason. It's not the CW. Maybe the people in All American, like, maybe they got a little thrown a bone. Like, maybe Black Lightning before they canceled it for a little painkiller show nobody asked for. Like, the CW don't meet no person of color and is like, we're going to love and respect you. That's just not the motto over there. Oh, I've heard. I'm sure they do. I hate him. The way they talked about Marcel, I haven't watched it, so I don't ship nobody. I look at it, I see gifs, I see people loving it, and it's not for me. I understand. Like, sometimes I know when trash is for me. I know when I can play myself. I understand. Like, there are things that I complain about that if I was in, like. I don't like when people who don't watch Riverdale want to sit here and complain about Riverdale. So I won't complain about none of, like, I do side eye what they did to Marcel. Like, that, you won't never maybe understand that. But I don't go in on the Vampire Diaries. I don't go in on Legacies. I just go, there is a history there, and I'm not getting involved with it. It's just easier for me in my life. Keeps my skin nice and clean. That was my understanding of the conversations I've seen. You're right, Julie can't be trusted. Y'all are, but y'all are having a good time. Y'all are having a good time, so more for y'all. Yeah, I didn't even know that they had greenlit a Painkiller show, which odd. Like, congrats, Mr. Jordan Calloway, for getting that paycheck. But do I need a Painkiller show? No. I don't know. I don't understand like how he needs a whole show. Like, how do you have a Painkiller show if none of his people are there? I don't watch Riverdale. I don't care. You can't lie until you finish an episode. Oh, I watched Riverdale. I mean, Riverdale is my trash. Like, I understand that the show is not consistent, but I also just have a good time. I understand it. Like, all the other girlies, after trying to rob the Riverdale aesthetic, it's working. I'm not gonna get in on it, but so I'm playing devil's advocate. The original main three siblings, also treated brother and sister like trash, right along with Marcel. It wasn't just him. Maybe that's accurate. I don't really know them. Like I said, I got to the point where the original showed up in the Vampire Diaries, and I thought that the whole situation was kind of stupid. And I was like, how was Caroline still getting A tier dick when Caroline is a D level character and Bonnie is getting Jeremy? Like, y'all really gave her that. Like, is Steven a good looking person? Sure. Like, he is a nice looking young man. But is he an important character? No. He's over here cheating on Bonnie with a fucking ghost. Like, the fuck? So y'all kept giving Caroline A tier dick. Like, new dick would walk in, A tier, and she would get it. So I was like, I don't need this. So then here that you done bought this little black boy, I think this is where it's a little different for me. Like, they might have been treating each other like trash, right? But none of them were trying to fuck each other. Like, none of them were trying to sleep with each other. Like, they bought this person, this little black boy. Maybe it was a full-grown man when they bought him. I don't fucking know. They turned him into a vampire at some point. Love that for them. Congratulations, sir. You're a vampire. Then, Klaus leaves. Like, he leaves, and Marcel becomes the little vampire king of the underground New Orleans. And then Klaus comes in and says, "Nah, this is all mine now." The fuck? And then they sit here and try to pair him with his aunt. I'm sorry. Like, that just feels a little different. It feels a little different. Even if y'all are out here being rude to each other, y'all aren't trying to be incestuous. Like, you're just not. But for some reason, Marcel is. For what? And then Haley is like, you're not my daughter's brother. Like, you're not. Stop. It's a little different for me. I'm happy it was y'all's fun. Y'all had a good time. It's not for me. That did not want to make me tune in. Let me go here. One brother killed them every time he resurrected. He couldn't catch a break. Julie Plett gives me Cassandra Clare vibes. I feel that. It was funny I'm assuming when they would kill people, which maybe it is. Riverdale is a serve. I would agree with that. I do think China needs a show. I would even, Nefessa Williams, Thunder and Lightning. Give me a Thunder and Lightning show. I would watch Thunder and Lightning. They keep a brother in a coffin for 900 years because he was boring. That's definitely true. They all treat something like trash. Again, I feel like there's treating each other like trash and then saying, you aren't actually a family member. You can have sex with your aunt because you're not really a family member. Like, there's a little different. Caroline being Plaska, she was sexy. Was she, though? Was she? I thought she was very boring. Exactly. She got A-level She slept with every main male cast member. And where was Bonnie? Poor Cole trying to live his life with Davina. They wouldn't let him be great. Literally, Gabriel, they treated blood siblings like trash. 3 to 4 seasons past, we knew they were other siblings. You liked bonding with Enzo. Was that the man where she would like... Was that the one with like the Hunter storyline or whatever? And I don't know. I don't remember really what happened. Happy for her. But Enzo is not like a Stefan level character. Not a Damon level character. But Caroline, she's not Enzo's not a Klaus level character. They literally sent their brother's girlfriend to an afterlife where her soul was torn apart. That's fun. You liked Cole on TVD, and then he got boring. You've never watched the Vampires, and now you're intrigued. The way they killed Cole and Davina killed the whole... At least they got to be together in the afterlife. It's messy. Proceed with caution. I'm assuming about the Vampire Diaries. Thanks for the warning. Obviously, you're annoying. Marcelo brought energy. I didn't see... I don't think Elena was that boring. Y'all see Elena was the actual worst. Where? Where's the receipts? And it was called Clout. Wow. No, Enzo showed up later and they killed him. Okay. I don't know who he is then. He's not an Elijah. He's not a Klaus. He's not a Damien. He's not a Stefan. Claire again, Caroline was with all these people. And her little, but like, who was it? Matt. She was with Matt. Then she was with the werewolf. Like, she literally fucked every main series man. And where? You're right. They shoot each other like trash, but they would still family. When Marcel would bring up how they screwed him over, they were like, "Yeah, well, you're not exactly." That was my understanding. But again, that's again. It's not really my battle because I understand that this just isn't a show for me. It's fine. Like it's for other people. The hero's over here crying. You don't hate Elena, but I do think they messed up after she became a vampire. I think that when there's a character who's like, I don't want to become a vampire, and then the show puts it to where like you're going to have to become a vampire. Okay, but the original's ending made you okay. I don't know what the ending was, but apparently it was sad. Monty, you don't hate Elena. I'm happy. Stefan literally murdered Bonnie's boyfriend, who she wanted to spend the rest of her life with, and it was nothing. I mean, he was the Ripper. When Elijah willingly committed suicide with his brother for no reason, I was over it. So forget the daughter they left behind. Again, that's y'all mess. That ain't got nothing to do with. You hated Elijah? He was annoying? He looked like the most intriguing. He was like the only member of the originals that I got to meet during my watch that I remember. That he looked the most interesting to me. Like Klaus looks like he don't bathe. So I mean, I guess Rebecca, like she looks clean. I probably would like Rebecca. But between like Elijah and Klaus don't look like he bathed. Disgusting. So I would definitely take Elijah. I really need to get some. Oh, well, I wish you luck with that. Favorite male character? I'm not in the race. Elijah was interesting on TVD, but so annoying in the original. Interesting. Rebecca was your favorite. Riverdale walked you in circles, and truth is, I'm tied. Love that for you. I feel like Klaus and Elijah balanced each other out really well. They were polar opposites and they have the strongest sibling bond. The only thing I think, can I read? I think is the thing is more, I think, of all the ways Julie Plec has done wrong, the more I get mad. It's one of those things. Yeah, like, I don't know. I can't name a single thing Miss Julie has done for me, but I love that for y'all. Wasn't Freya like their little mom who like made them all vampires and she was like the first witch or something? And then they had like a secret sister who was actually the first witch Isn't that what's going on? Or is Freya that person? Again, I dipped out, so I haven't gotten all this from like Wikipedia articles. Y'all having a good time. I thought we would do the first sprint at 1:00. We'll do the next sprint at 5. So in 4 minutes, we'll get back to the reading because it's allegedly Mayan is supposed to be off. So she should allegedly be here in time to do this last sprint. The prom episode, that was a fun little time. Fun. Oh, well, we haven't aired yet. I'm not ready. But actually, what I am ready for, here's what I wanted. Because Riverdale is my trash. So like I follow a little show. And when they shut down production because of COVID, I was really hoping we could avoid this little prom situation. I don't understand why they think we need to get 3 more episodes of arguably the worst season that they filmed, but okay, sure, let's revisit it. And then they haven't yet. They were supposed to graduate at the end of last season, and then they were going to do a time skip to start this season, but COVID shut them down. So they didn't get to film the last 3 episodes. And so they had like a prom episode and then like 2 other episodes that they hadn't done yet. And so like I'm not really interested in those first 3 episodes of season 5 because I don't care about that timeline because I think it's stupid. But I am actually looking forward to the time jump because then they're finally adults. Like we are here, we've arrived in adulthood, we got adults playing adults. Y'all can do whatever the fuck y'all want now. I'm very much looking forward to it. I think the Barchi is dumb. Like I think this whole cheating plot line is fucking stupid. And I'm almost even what I'm really annoyed about is like we're finally doing a little time jumps. Like maybe they'll finally give Veronica like a whole new storyline because Veronica's been dealing with the same storylines in season 2. And so again, I understand that Mr. KJ is a person of color. You know, he's not a white man, but all of the white characters, he's white on the show. You know, they cast 2 white people to play his parents. So all these little white characters and this little love triangle are just boring. It's stupid because why? Like it is very clear that Archie does not give a fuck about Betty. And the only person who cares about Archie and Betty being together is Roberto. And it's like, sir, you are very clearly not a good showrunner. He's just not a good showrunner. I've been saying that. He is he is a white, I think his mom is white, but his dad he's half Samoan. He's a Pacific Islander. He is that like exactly. And the only person is born and the only person who cares about them, my bad, Maori. I don't know he's from the Pacific Island. Ethnic celebs is your friend, not me. I am not a database. I just know the man is not white. He's not even spicy white, but he is not white. Exactly. Like, so, but again, in the show, they cast 2 white people. So Mr. Archie is still supposed to be white. Yeah, they really colonized that man. They really colonized him. But only person that cares is Roberto. I've been saying he's not a good showrunner for a really long time. When people were out here trying to be like, oh, Sabrina's going to be great. I told y'all it's not going to be great. Sabrina was never great because it has Roberto behind the scenes. The man just be making, he's making decisions that don't make any sense. I feel like Gossip Girl is one I can think of where they did the timeline right. Like we got them in high school, college, and adult life without staying in high school. That's pretty accurate. I do think that Gossip Girl was the blueprint. And I am happy that I don't really need the college years. Gilmore Girls also did it pretty well where we got like college and then, well, we didn't get life with them, but we got like high school and college with Gilmore Girls. So, but it is 5. I'm supposed to shut up now so we can do a little sprinty sprint. So let me pull this back up, reset the timer, and then we can continue. We will continue with Riverdale discussion in 30 minutes. Okay, that was a sprint. Just because I saw it in the chat, we will do two more sprints. During this one, I got to page 134, which was like 100 some odd pages. I'm gonna say I don't like this little adaptation, novelization. Not really what I want. I think it's cute. I'm happy the children have it. Cute. The guest of honor is here. We've been waiting, and so, like I said, we're doing two more. Sweet dreams. You finished the field guide. Oh, you might. No, you did. Okay. I can read. You just finished the field guide to North American Teenager. Love that for you. You think you're going to finish your book tonight? I'm going to wait a second. It's a whole party. I am reading the novelization of The Prom by Sandra. Is it Sandra? Yeah, Sandra Mitchell with the writers of the musical. So I'm assuming that this is meant to be canon because the people from the musical are involved with this novelization, but I am not impressed. Not impressed at all. You had what was for dinner, Monet? What did we have? You read 50 pages. You only have 18 pages before you finish. You're at 70 and you want to get to 75. I think you will definitely get to 75 tonight. I feel like that was everyone who has been like regularly updating, because there's like, according to StreamYard, there are 30 people. Now, if y'all are just putting me on mute and then coming back for the sprints, more power to you. But do feel free to get involved. On the TBR next, because I probably will finish The Prom. I said earlier I was looking at This Is My America by Kim Johnson. So maybe that'll be next. 21%. You have 140 pages left. You think you can get done? I think you can too. I have faith. 24 pages. Fish. Love that for you. You just found out more about Henry. You only have 60 pages left of the book. Good time. You read that? I'm assuming Addie? Maybe? I don't know what you read. Oh, maybe I shouldn't do more sprints. Maybe I'm out of it. You read This Is My America. Okay. Did you enjoy it? Did you have a good time? You read 40 pages. Thank you. I talked about them. I said this earlier, but I talked about them in in a video I don't think I'm going to post. Although I did repaint them because they were looking pretty janky. And I had other things I could have been doing. Because at this rate, I'm going to be taking my shower at like 2 o'clock in the morning. But we do it for the people. I got there eventually. But I did want to go back to the Riverdale talk because who am I but Riverdale trash? And I wanted to talk about this. Well, first, I didn't even see this one because I saw this comment. I wanted to say something because people of color have always been done dirty on Riverdale, looking at the entirety of the Pussycats. And then the fact that they sent Josie to a Katie Keene show when a Pussycat show was right. Anyway, ain't never been done right. But now I'm seeing this. I didn't even know that Tony was pregnant. I hate Cheryl and Tony Topaz. I think that is the worst relationship. There is like, Betty and Archie is terrible. And then at the other opposite end of that same spectrum is Cheryl and Tony. Because when Tony Topaz was introduced in season 2, I remember Miss Vanessa Morgan getting death threats because she dared to kiss Jughead when he was not with Betty. And that's kind of what makes Riverdale so terrible, is that like Betty and Jughead, like I don't understand why people like them. They're very boring. They're a boring white heterosexual couple. Love that for them, but they're boring as fuck. But when they broke up and he was Mr. Single Man and they dared to share a single kiss, she was getting death threats. But at that point in the narrative, I mean, she's also supposed to be like an indigenous character, and her family was supposed to have like formed the serpent, and now they're being led by this little white boy. Again, don't make no kind of fucking sense out here in these streets. But that Tony Topaz was like a photographer. She was working at like the Southside High School's like version of the school paper that did not transfer over after she became a Riverdale High student. None of her like personality traits transferred over to where when she became involved with Cheryl. And then this whole past season, she was like basically on lockdown in Cheryl's house, like just tethered in the basement or some shit. Like Tony Topaz as a character has been fucked over her entire existence, and most of it is because of Cheryl. Cheryl's also just really disturbing. Not only does she send Josie McCoy that pig's heart, and we never really apologized for that. Homegirl was out here terrorizing Josie, and then just we do that never, like, there was kind of an apology in the when they did Carrie the musical. It wasn't no fucking apology. She terrorized that poor girl, and now she's been sat there terrorizing Tony Topaz in that house of horrors with her dead brother. Fucking stupid. They are the last people on that show that need to have a baby together. I don't think she's gonna get an actual arc, but I'm happy she finally said something, because I'm like, ma'am, I've been saying it. I've been yelling about it into the void. So I'm happy you're here. Okay, let's actually catch back up. We got all of those things. Is it a wig? Is it a wig? Is it a wig? Or is Vanessa dyeing her hair? Because they're not teens. Well, I don't know when. Let me actually scroll back up. Let me see what I missed. You have 100 pages left with Silvered Serpents, and you think, oh, you're ready for it to be over. I didn't like the pressure put on the main character. It's not the book itself. It's just an idea of the stress Black women take on. Okay. I'm waiting to see. Wait, Preggers, what? Oh, because I'm assuming this is after the time jump, because they're doing the 3 episodes that were supposed to air for season 4, and then they're jumping. So they're no longer teenagers. So I don't want to hear nobody talking about them being teenagers. These are whole-ass adults who graduated college, never went to college, did some shit. We adults now. You got 110 pages left after the Dungeons and Dragons. You think they are not cute. They are disgusting. I think sapphics deserve better than whatever they're serving here. She's pregnant in real life. Age at 5 years. Yeah, it didn't make no sense. Yeah, they did a time skip. They're doing a time skip, which I'm looking forward to. But once again, it makes sense because they're not that old. Cole Sprouse, I think, is the oldest person in that cast. Tony is really a sugar... Well, and Vanessa. I think Vanessa's damn near 30. Tony was really sugar baby, mooching off Cheryl and respecting the hustle. If she was actually a sugar baby, I could get for it. But it was... She's exactly right here. She was a prop. She wasn't even a sugar baby. She really got nothing... I mean, there was like this kind of a plot line where... allegedly, the whole reason she was with Jughead in that trailer for the fucking stupidness was her uncle supposed to like lock her out of their trailer at night, and so she was like homeless, or at the very least her housing situation was unstable. But then like 3 seconds later we met her uncle, and it was weird because that person was very clearly not locking her out. And that was also, and they introduced the whole indigenous storyline. It don't make sense. Like, you can't really look too closely. You can't look too closely. Tony's face was almost constantly of horror. It was stupid. Like, and then the way Cheryl was just a horrible person. Like I said, the sapphics, they deserve better. I don't know if it was. I'm not on team. The pink wig. Well, okay, the whole pink was probably a wig, but then she became like a streak. It's not cute. You deserve better, Alexis. Like, you deserve. There is nothing cute about that relationship. No, I understand that she's super pregnant, but I don't think, like, again, Cheryl. First of all, Cheryl Blossom. already the worst person in that town to be a mother. Already the worst person in that town to be a mother. Okay, well, him and Vanessa are the same age. Is he though? Like, sometimes I think he is, and then sometimes I'm like, you know what? This isn't it. This isn't it. It's horrible. It's been horrible from the beginning. Not from the beginning. When she was first introduced, I was here for it because, again, she had a personality. But then it was like, oh, well, we got attacked by the fans because Jughead and her kissed. Didn't even go nowhere. Didn't even go anywhere. Didn't even go anywhere. And then they threw, and I'm really happy that like Madeline Petch, she was out here rooting for Cheryl to be like a lesbian. Like, she really wanted to give that to the Sapphics. I think that's really great of her, and I'm happy that they've tried. They try. But I'm happy, like, behind the scenes, she was like trying to get that inclusion, because Kevin, he ain't got nary a storyline ever. So like, it was cute. It was like a cute idea, but the execution of that, I'm like, Roberto, are you even a gay man? Like, Roberto, are you like, do you love yourself, Roberto? Because it don't make no sense what he has Cheryl doing to this poor woman. Exactly. She consumes the personality, the screen time, the story. And all of this, it don't make no sense to me. Don't make any kind of sense to me. You felt very weird about Melton being a 19-year-old Yoshi's love interest. And look, I knew that movie wasn't for me. I was like, congratulations, Mr. Charles, for getting cast. You cashed that paycheck. But I was also like, I feel like there's a Korean actor out there who needed that a little bit more than you did. Maybe a little bit more. Are they as good looking? Maybe not. But that movie, not for me. I didn't mind him being, because again, I was like, give him something. Like, literally anything. Give him something. I didn't even mind that he was out there cruising. Thought it was a cute little moment. But then when Betty wanted to go into that little woods, when Betty went into the woods and she made it like all about her, and she was like, you don't respect yourself. I was like, ma'am, I need you to sit down. I need you to take a seat, Miss Betty, because I think what really about like Riverdale, it's very clear that Mr. Roberto loves him some Betty Cooper. Why he loves him some Betty Cooper, couldn't tell you. I think she's the least interesting person in her entire family. Least interesting, but he loves her some Betty Cooper. So Betty Cooper can never do anything wrong. Betty Cooper can like, yes, and good for him. Well, you need that. When you need it, you need it. So love that for him. Love that for him. So, wow, leave Mr. Kevin alone. I'm gonna believe you. I'm never gonna watch it. So that was for y'all, because she can never be wrong. Like, the storyline, Mr. Roberto will never allow for a storyline where Betty Cooper is in the wrong for her to actually be in the wrong. Like, she's wrong more often than she is right. Homegirl tried to kill a black man in the first season. Then she sent that man, that little fake chick head, Mr. whatever his name was, to his death. Homegirl ain't never been in the wrong. Okay, sure, Mr. Roberto, fine. Congratulations. Won't catch me out here standing. At least he wasn't kissing a minor like they was in them Disney movies. Okay, Disney. Although they be trying to do the same thing on Julie and the Phantoms, because that man is like 23 and Miss Julie is like 17, and people be out here like, this couple is so cute, they need to kiss next season. And I'm like, no, let's not. I haven't watched it yet, but no. Yes, well, one, he didn't die, but two, it's like, I'm not even mad that like you killed a bad person, but like, let's not act like you aren't soiled here, ma'am. When you order the execution of somebody you thought was your brother for like, okay, no, she never really did, but like when you order the execution of like literally somebody, you've done tainted them hands. When you sit there and try and murder your classmate, you try to boil him alive, try to drown him. Come on, man. Like, ma'am, you're not gonna. You will not defending Betty Cooper. If you want to defend Betty Cooper, I will let you. I will let you defend her. Won't be me. I would like to forget. And that was a bad wig. That was a bad wig. I don't ever need to see that wig again. Murder is, I mean, like I said, you can murder a bad person, but if it's if it's Betty Cooper, you won't catch me defending them. You won't catch me. That's what it was. She said, "Daddy, go kill that man." And then she thought that she did it. And then in season 4, when I thought Jughead, they didn't kill. I knew they weren't going to kill Jughead. They weren't going to kill off Cole Sprouse. If his first favorite is Betty Cooper, Mr. Roberto's second favorite is Cole Sprouse. Why do we think every season it got to be a new little murder mystery? That dynamic only works for Jughead and Betty because he refuses to allow Archie or Veronica to investigate anything. So we get stupid, crazy, outlandish plot lines with Archie that just deal with all of his trauma. This man has been through so much, ain't dealt with none of it. And then Veronica got to be out here arguing with her daddy since season 2. So Archie and Veronica over here spinning in the same plot line, and Jughead and Betty, they get to be out here being like investigators. They're not even good at it. They're the worst investigators on the show. FP is a drunk. He's a drunk. He's a drunk man, and he is a better investigator. Although, is he a drunk? Because we heard he was an alcoholic. He went to prison, and he came out. He said he was never going to drink again. And then they threw him a welcome home party in a fucking bar. With a recovering alcoholic. Okay. FP he a whole mess. I will drag him. I don't think they're boring or repetitive. I think that he is an interesting character, but we don't get to be interesting, so they just continue to traumatize him. He's literally had executions set on him. He's been attacked. He's been watching his father die next to him. He was abused, groomed, molested, and he ain't dealt with none of that. So he is, quite frankly, the last person I needed to get a let's join the army storyline, but here we are. Look, I can drag it because I watch it. I give them 23 hours of my life every year. Even more because I'd be rewatching. So I get to drag it. People who are like, I don't watch it. I stopped watching it. I watch cringe compilations on YouTube. I don't want to hear nary a complaint from y'all. Because a lot of the things that they complain about in the context of the show makes sense. Like, I understand how we got here. You watch the compilation. I thought we were going to do the sprint at 55. I'm going to say it. We're doing it at a clock. 6 minutes. That was weird. But what bothered me was that they shared a sibling. Mr. Roberto had them share a sibling. Okay. And then they moved the Joneses into the Cooper house. What? And then they moved the Joneses into the Cooper house, but this was already after we had to like retcon the entire Cooper marriage from being high school sweethearts who were totally in love to like Alice got with Hal to like hide the fact that she was pregnant with FP's baby. Stop. You don't get to have sharing a sibling and everyone's dating in the same house and now they all live together. That was too much. It was weird when you had Dan's Lily and Rufus dating, but when Lily and Rufus were dating, They didn't share a sibling, and they weren't living in the house. They weren't living in the same house. They weren't all living in Lily's luxury apartment condo situation, booed up in the bedrooms. That wasn't a thing. That didn't happen. Like, you can't do these plot lines, sir. Like, I see you trying to steal these iconic things, and you can't. He doesn't have the range. Yes. Again, you will not catch me defending this person. You will not catch me defending Betty Cooper. Betty Cooper has never done a good thing in her life. Ever. When Kevin was like Betty Cooper and her like little pigtail beyond reproach, I was like, she is not your friend, Kevin. She's not your friend. She's not. That's not your friend. This is also very accurate. I'm like, this man is a whole criminal, but okay. Also, this was weird. Also, that was weird. I would agree with this, Monet. Yes, it is. It should. It's just, it was weird. And I'm sorry, once you share a sibling, it's too much for me. It's too much. It's too much. Look, there is no discourse to be had because Chuck Bass is disgusting. Okay, when in the pilot episode he tries to sexually assault two different characters, there's no coming back from that. I don't care that he traded her for a hotel or he did this. Stop. When they were harvesting fucking organs, I was done. But I did like how he went out. That was a cute little moment. I thought him being, it was just zany enough to fit a cult, and it was weird. It was weird. I didn't really fuck with it, but it was a cute little moment. Low-key wish they would let Jughead and Veronica actually have a conversation. That too. That would be nice. I don't need them to, but like, I would like it. I feel like I would like that conversation. Exactly. It was a moment. I was like, you know what? This is just crazy enough to work. Okay, I also see season one Charles because season one really followed the book plot and the rest were divergent. I haven't read the books. I don't really know, but I think that everyone else's characterization followed through from season one. It was fine. Like, I'm not gonna be like, oh, that Brian, he was a terrible person. So he was a disgusting human being. He never got better. It's not like, oh, season one Chuck was trying to rape people, and season three Chuck would never do that. He was still disgusting. Like, you can make an argument that Dan shouldn't have ended up with anybody. I would accept that argument. If you want to go with like Dan and what he did was so horrible that he shouldn't get to have a happy ending, I could accept that. Like, I could live with that. But what I'm not going to live with is that Cher was a correct decision, because that just doesn't make any sense. Because it ignores Blair's development. It ignores how she had grown. And to me, her ending with him is a regression in who she was. And that's just something I can't accept. From day one, exactly. They never did. Okay, so we are doing a Gossip Girl. We're doing a Netflix party. So let me know when you're free, because I don't have any plans until like the second week of January. So let me know, because I am always down to watch some Gossip Girl. Exactly. I don't know if I need that, but I would like a conversation. Do I? You know, I done forgot. My memory is horrible. Veronica would have a brand off. No, I refuse to accept it. I refuse. No, stop. No, I'm not going down that path. No. It's off. Okay, well, we have until December 31st. So, what are you doing tomorrow? Jenny, how you hate Jenny? I feel like you definitely told me this, but it is o'clock. So I'm going to start the sprint because we only have 2 of these left. But y'all can continue talking. I won't stop y'all. But I will see y'all in 30 minutes. Okay, so that was, I'm going to say it was the last sprint. I know I said we could do a couple more, but I'm tired. I'm an old man. So I will be here, I think, until 45 to chat with y'all. I finished the novelization of The Prom. I got to think about that one. So I started This Is My America. Got to, what page am I on now? 34, I want to say. Page 34. So far, things are interesting. I don't like this is like a 1.5 line spacing. That does not bring me joy. So that's where I'm at. But the actual content is fine. Let's see here. So Jenny, that was that we don't like Jenny. I like Jenny. I think she's fine. I understand why people don't. The only character I really don't like, aside from Mr. Chuck, but that's like, how can I like this man? Probably the Hilary Duff character she played in, like, what was that, season 3? Didn't need that in my life. Sorry. I really only didn't like Hilary Duff. Not her track in your hands. I'm gonna finish Tiny Pretty Things. Good. I need to wake up tomorrow to that reaction to the finale because I was gagged. I was gagged by what happened there. You can watch a few up. Okay, yeah, just let me know. I got nothing going on. I am a sad person. Not a sad person, but I just got nothing going on. So when y'all are free, let me know. You finished. You were reading Rebecca overall. Congratulations. That is a ton of pages to read. It really was long. And I know if I do another one, I'm going to fall asleep. And I still need to, like, properly wash my face. So we're going to call that one the last sprint. 80 pages left. 28 pages. Warcross is actually pretty good. You'll love that. Look, leave Miss Jenny. She stop. First, white people can't be a pick-me. Let's just. I ain't recognizing no white person as a pick-me. 30 pages. You read 100 pages total tonight. I'm gonna go shower. Good night. I'm gonna do that too. So, Olivia, that was her. Yeah, I didn't need that. You hopped off to watch The Mandalorian and hopped back on to read 3 pages. I hope y'all had some good sprints. I did really good tonight. So I finished this. I read like 200 some odd pages of that. We started and finished The Prom together. That was a little time. And now I've started This Is My America. So we are this is book 93 of the year on our road to I just read Mono's Calma, but to 102. That's what I was trying to go. Only one I didn't like. Her and maybe the home, was it like season 6 or season 5, where that one girl showed up and she was like an imposter. I didn't really care about her either. But hey, you love to see it. You finished the Mandalorian finale. It was very interesting. I suffer with the Star Wars thing. I really only care about Padme. And Padme don't be nowhere to be found. Where's Padme? I understand like what happened to her. But I'm like, y'all keep bringing all these people back. So where? No. She's nowhere to be found. So I haven't brought myself to watch The Mandalorian. But I also am like, why do I care about this little baby Yoda when we know that Kylo Ren kills all the Jedi? Like, he done killed all of them. So this little baby is just grown up to be slaughtered. You know what I mean? Like, it was so good. You actually liked Jenny in season 1. Not a white pick me. Well, once I have thoughts, I will be sure to message you. No, not Georgina, the other girl I love Georgina. Always brought the spice. Okay, Georgina is an icon. But the other girl, who was like, I don't know, maybe it was like season 4. It was like I'm about to do a rewatch, so I will have fresh thoughts and opinions. You're almost done with the tourist attraction. I love that. I know she doesn't, but she's going to be in Thor: Love and Thunder, and that's a Disney check. I'm just like, where is she? Like, my real issue after I watched the prequels was like how they did that. But then they sat there and brought back the Emperor. They've brought back Luke. They're bringing back Obi-Wan. They're bringing back Hayden Christensen to play Darth Vader. And I'm just like, you have brought back every major character from the prequels. Like, every major character from the prequels. Yoda's always popping up places. It's like Mace Windu and Natalie Portman are the only 2 major characters from the prequels. Nowhere to be found. Like, at this point, y'all could just get Keira Knightley and give us one of the handmaidens. Like, something. Like, I understand, like, Hayden Christensen, like, he's gonna be like, he has like a whole mask. And Obi-Wan is supposed to stop. But they stop. I appreciate Jar Jar Binks, but y'all trying to get that man killed. Where? Her. Yes, this person. I never hated Lily. Maybe it's because I love Kristen Ritter. And so, like, that whole backdoor pilot they did where Kristen Ritter played, I wanted that show so bad. There are a lot of shows that I watch where you get like little backdoor pilot and you're like, oh, I wish we could have got that show. I wish we could have got that show. I wish we could have got that. It would have been so good. So good. Don't mind that. Exactly. And I'm happy she's coming back for that because I did like her character. Just like I'm happy that Rachel McAdams is coming back for Doctor Strange 2. I hope they do something with her. They did nothing with her in the first one. You got 38% into My Dark Vanessa. You'll love to see it. Congratulations. Thanks for coming out and joining us for these very impromptu sprints. This is fun. I had a good time tonight. We got books. I read a lot. We got a lot of fun discussions, and it was a good time for me. Like I said, I'll be here for another. Look, like I said, I only care about Padme. Padme is my girl, so they could do whatever they wanted to Samuel L. Jackson. To be fair, I think it's really iconic of Star Wars that Mace Windu, Finn, and Lando are not related. That's probably the best thing the Star Wars franchise gave us was three. Well, Billy D. Williams is a dark-skinned man. I'll say he's dark. He's not my complexion, is he? No, because Donald Glover is darker than I am. So, like, they gave us three black people who are not related. So, iconic, if you ask me. Is Mace Windu dead? Yes. Like, they murdered him, that man. Pour one out for Mr. Windu. But truly could not care. You had this book for 9 years. Congratulations on checking off a goal. Monet, you be loving to do this. But let someone take to the Twitters. Let somebody take to the Twitters and be like, I'm excited to see Monet go live tomorrow. Suddenly Monet can't read. She don't know where she blind. I always like going live. I enjoy the sprint. I always get a lot done. I've just been very hesitant lately to go live because there was a moment where I would do reading sprints. I talked about this already, so I'm not going to hammer it home. But, like, I would do a reading sprint, and then I would like lose 20 subscribers. And I was like, I don't know if I could do this. I have a very fragile ego. I can't handle that. So I know, right? A week ago, Monet did that. Ain't no one attacked you. This is your MO. You did the same thing a week ago, and then you didn't even go live on your channel. Aaron went live. You bullied Aaron into doing reading sprints. Look, yes, but they could have all been related. They could have done it. I will also say that, like, again, I really don't care about Padme. So I wish I could have appreciated Mr. Windu. I wish I could have I don't even like Finn. I don't understand Finn. I don't understand Poe. I don't understand Rose Tico. We're not going to get into Star Wars discourse because I'm really not trying to get canceled like that. Because, again, like, I'm not super invested in the franchise. I watched it for the first time last year. But I don't know what those little Disney movies were. Ain't none of them good. Not a Rogue One, not a Last Jedi, not a Force Awakens, not a Rise from Skywalker. Solo, no one watched Solo. So I didn't go watch Solo. And I'm in no rush to. So out of like a good, 14 films, 13 films? No, that's too many. Like 11? 11 movies, you got three good ones? Hate to see it. Hate to see it there. We love it here. I'm happy. You're watching the first time right now in order, and you just watched Solo today. That's exciting. I love that for you. Yes, a fragile ego. Like, I'm not going to pretend that I don't. Like, I could not sit. We are a good almost 6 hours into this live. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like me doing some reading sprints and then logging in the next day to respond to some comments and then being like, oh, there's 20 less of y'all here. That was an attack. This was me. Where did that comment go? This was me seeing that. I was like, I can't do this. Which is why I started just unlisting the reading sprints when we're done here. So they stay in a playlist. So if people really want to like catch the discourse or like, I don't know, clip my video and like this you can still find it. They're in a playlist. It's all public. I really just yeeted myself from here. You really hate to see it. I always It's a cute little sketch. I watched it for the first time the other day. Not the other day, like a couple months ago. If The Force Awakens wasn't so much like A New Hope, I would like it, maybe. I understand his intent with it, but it's like you made A New Hope, but you didn't really know where you were going to go after your version of A New Hope. And so I don't think you have to plot everything out, but I think like an arc would have helped them Disney movies. I think it would have helped them. Like, I don't really like the original trilogy, don't really care for it. But I don't think the Mr. Lucas knew where he was going either. I think he was kind of fumbling around in the dark, and he just happened to be fumbling around in the dark in the 70s. So it worked out for him, but it didn't work out for these new ones. And I also don't think it just didn't work. You know, I was sitting here this is why I should not be going live on the laptop. As we were all here earlier, we knew that the desktop hated me, so I shouldn't be playing with the mouse pad, but I was. I mean, I don't think you are missing out on anything critically. Like, I think you've obviously made it this far in your life. You've never seen one. But I did enjoy some of them. Like Rogue One, I think is a terrible movie, but it's very beautiful. Like the Disney movies were beautiful. Like they really benefited from really upgraded technology. So Rogue One to me is like screensaver the movie. There's not like you could hit pause at like really any point in Rogue One, and you would want to be like, you know what, that's my new desktop background. Or like I could put this on a wall. Like it's visually nice. I don't understand it. I don't understand. First of all, I don't understand any ship in the Star Wars little universe. I don't see the appeal of it, but I also just don't understand it. Like it doesn't make sense to me. To me, I think I can't really get on board with Finn and Poe in a relationship because I think that the first movie really established a potential Rey-Finn relationship. So I don't really care about John Boyega like that. Like, I hope he gets a paycheck, but like, I do think it was suspect to like toss John Boyega aside, and you could consider me like an Adam Driver whore. Like that is, I like the man. He has a very odd shaped face. He probably has like very poor political opinions. I feel like he was probably a racist when he joined the Marines, but like I'm attracted to him. But those white people, Daisy really, they don't make sense to me. It don't make sense. Stop. I don't get it. Why are we shipping Kylo Ren and Rey? It don't make sense when Rey and Finn are right there. They were right there. It doesn't make sense to me. So I think that's clearly some racism going on with that little ship. But also Kylo Ren is like a Nazi, like a literal Nazi. So again, I fail to see the appeal. You're watching Rogue One tomorrow. You'll have an opinion later. I feel like I should probably give Rogue One another chance because I did watch it when I was sick, so I only remember bits and pieces. But like, when you know it's a movie that's going to lead directly into episode 4, like, it don't make sense. I also just don't, I will say that the Darth Vader lightsaber sequence, I don't feel like this is a spoiler, is bullshit because Darth Vader ain't never do none of that shit in the original trilogy, like ever. He never arrived with that level of style or effectiveness or intensity. So I just call bullshit. I understand it leads into a movie that was made in the 70s. You couldn't do that. I guess now over on the little Obi-Wan Kenobi show, we might get more of that. So maybe like an Obi-Wan show, like he'll get to do a nice little like, okay, like that Darth Vader will exist. Yeah, it was fun to watch, but I'm like, he never did that. So it's like, you to tell me that he did all of that 3 seconds before he gets on to, the little A New Hope storyline. And we never see that. I mean, you could argue that his fight with Luke is kind of on that level, but I would, again, still be like, nah, fam. It's helpful that Disney Plus has them in order and timeline. It's helpful to me. Yeah, I do think that did I watch them? I did. Well, when I started watching, Solo wasn't out yet. So I did start with the prequels and then move my way through, which people say is like not the way to watch them. People argue you should not watch the prequels and then Rogue One and continue on. But that's what I did. And I thought that was the best. But that also meant that I started with a bunch of characters I was not really going to see again. And I liked those movies more than I liked the older ones. And then I was stuck watching Daisy Ridley and company fumble their way through. And that was just depressing, particularly The Last Jedi. While narratively was fun and interesting, a lot of that movie just didn't make sense with the science that had been explained to me. I mean, I think it just makes the most sense. If that's the order of the story, like, that's him as a baby, this is Darth Vader all grown up, and here's, in the future, I said fuck them too. So I don't think I don't be like, I wouldn't watch it that way, but I also knew that once I realized that those are the characters I liked, and then I got to the original trilogy, and I was like, yeah, I don't like y'all. I did feel kind of bad that was the way that I watched it. But I don't know if I would have wanted to watch it out of order. Like, the whole point of me being born at the time I was born is that I am in a position to watch them in this order. So I'm going to watch them in chronological order. I am not a boomer, like, I didn't have to watch episode 4 and then wait 39 years and get episode 1. I don't know what to tell you, Harry, but we are well past 45. Thank y'all for coming out. There's still 25 of y'all here, which feels crazy. Truly, when you get to the Rise of Skywalker, Monet, let me know, because I want to test out this little Disney Plus buddy watch feature, and I would love to buddy watch this with you. But yes, I did not know that, but that's real sad in the song. But I'm gonna go to bed. We can continue this conversation on Twitter, where you will find me after that's where I'll be. I will be on Twitter probably. Thank y'all for spending your little Saturday night, Monday morning with me. It is late. Get some rest, get hydrated, and I'll see y'all around.